السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join, tap your choice of language, and follow the instructions.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join, tap your choice of language, and follow the instructions.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخص في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
أصحاب المعالي
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Highnesses, our honored guests, be upon you all. Peace be upon you all. This is Musa Leblouchi. I'm the MC for today's third day of the Global Media Congress in its second edition. Welcome in Abu Dhabi, where the Global Media Congress writes today a new chapter in the UAE pioneership in the media industry and production. It's a pioneership that is reflected in a number of wide participations, pushing media towards the paths of sustainable development, media that achieves more progress and prosperity in the world communities. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the accelerated technological advancements witnessed by the world, UAE has always been at the forefront in leading the future of media in complete readiness, depending on advanced technologies, as well as utilizing the innovative media tools, specifically artificial intelligence, to enable the UAE to move forward in its civilizational path towards a much more brighter future. On the outset of today's sessions, we will have the Cyber Plus Pulse in the media world. This is going to be the theme of the keyword by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, Head of Cybersecurity in the UAE government. Let's welcome him to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالنور.
Peace be upon you all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, and thank you all the guests for being here. Thank you to all who have participated with us throughout this week in the Global Media Congress. Thank you very much for all of the points that you have mentioned, and thank you for all of the MCs and moderators of all of the sessions who have been speaking about so many very important points and themes in the past few days. Digital transformation actually have achieved all of the sectors and had an impact on all of sectors. All and each and every one of us have a digital device and have devices that is connecting us all to the rest of the application, the rest of the digital world, with a number of reports and notifications that reach us regularly. The UAE and the Gulf nations and the entire region have adopted this digital transformation based, and of course, following up with all of the apologies, I'm speaking in Arabic. If you would like to listen to the translation, please go ahead. Just allow me to just keep going in Arabic because most of the attendees are Arabs. So all of the countries have actually, across the world, adopted such digital transformation. They are have been actually building their work on using these modern technologies, and that, of course, touched base with media. As you have seen in the beginning of, or the inauguration of today, inauguration of the conference, how these technologies are used as a connection, a very important connection and a link and a complement to the traditional media, not traditional as in its literal form, but traditional as in how it started and how it's progressing today. So today, with just a single device, with a smartphone, you reach the entire world. And that is what we have witnessed and have been tackled and worked with actually every day. So today, we are living in cities, rather smart cities and countries. We're using the cloud computing sending information to cloud computing up until it reaches all of the technical devices that we all carry with us. That, of course, should teach us to cope with this new era. Yet these technologies also open the floor to certain threats that may impact national security, may impact a lot of relationships between countries as well as the society as a whole. 3 threats. And we always speak about them, and I'm sure that you all know of them. But just let me to mention a few points about these 3 threats. The first one is electronic crimes. And there is no newspaper or a platform that does not mention such crimes and such threats and such electronic is forgery, looting, threatening, hacking, and so many other scams and so many other crimes that may impact the safety of the society. One of these threats within the electronic crimes that happened recently is bullying. And I see here with us school students with us and this upcoming generation. There has been bullying in a school that has been practiced upon a 12-year-old girl that led such bullying on various media platforms or the social media platforms. They have manipulated her pictures, edited the pictures, and deepfake actually helps in spreading such ideas, which led to the girl, unfortunately, have left the school and stopped the journey of her study. Her entire family has been impacted because of what has been inflicted upon such girl from her friends of bullying. And that is due to the lack of awareness in cyber security and the quality of digital life and how to use modern technology. So not only the girl who's been bullied has been affected, she would go through various rehabilitations and various specialists through medicine and psychology to help her regain her life back. That did not only impact her educational life, it has also impacted her family life and the entire community. And that is just because we know of her. I am sure that there are so many other incidents within the umbrella of bullying that is happening within the framework of electronic crimes. The second threat that I see, I'm sure that all of you have been through it or seen it in reality, is cyber terrorism. With all of the platforms that we have today, it reflects so many of misguiding ideas. Using such or dissemination of such ideas is done through such platforms, and it would reach the furthest number of audience, the highest number of audience. And we know that media would reach every and each single one of us through our smartphones. Therefore, cyber terrorism impacted and will and it does impact the national security and the means to disseminate such terrorism. Us being here in the Global Media Congress is the modern and traditional media platforms. For example, the modern platforms like the social media platforms that are actually playing a very important role in that. And the third final threat is the cyber wars, what we call it cyber wars. The entire region have been through this throughout the past few years. We've witnessed how people can utilize the new technology in such wars and how an entire country would be paralyzed or an entire organization would be paralyzed because of hacking and certain ways by which they infiltrate such sectors. Imagine an entire sector in the economy, for example, banking sector, or an entire sector in aviation or transportation, is impacted and being attacked various times and completely immobilized by this specific virus, which is called fidya or the ransom. And of course, it had a very important and a strong impact on national security. So these three threats, the electronic crimes, and war, cyber wars, and terrorism are all the most important threats by which or through which we need to elevate the awareness on cybersecurity. The UAE focused on 5 elements. The first one is governance, legislation, policies, and procedures that regulate this sector in the operations of cybersecurity. And thanks to Allah, we have a very big number of such laws and regulations based on the best practices globally in cooperation with a number of benchmarking studies that has been done with various countries to have a balance between the privacy of information as well as national security. You can actually take a look at them. They are available, and I'm sure most of you have actually taken a look at such policies and regulations that led to the prosperity of the UAE and the entire region, because our policies are based on cooperation with various countries in the region. Such cyber threats are crossing the borders. They're pan borders and they're pan countries. They are not really affiliated to a certain country or a certain individual. Therefore, such strategy should be a comprehensive, complementing one to cover all sides. So that was the first element, governance. The second element, which is the construction or the building of the upskilling and building the capabilities of the individuals. And that type of improvement or personal development is helping the UAE to be pioneers in this field and to elevate our skills and performance. And that is happening through cooperation with various companies and countries, as well as international organizations in this regard. The third element here, which is defense and protection. Today, since we are under continuous attacks, we go through continuous attacks, we can never stop and raise the white flags and become victims to such attacks. Thanks to Allah, our countries in the region are very well protected. The first line of defense is our media. That actually helps in disseminating the culture of cybersecurity, the media that finds such stories, as well as seeking authenticity and making sure that such information is authentic and true and facts, first factual checking. All of that is happening through media. Therefore, the importance of defense and protection is us having the first line of defense is media. That's what we have, and that's why I would like to thank you all very much for your efforts in this regard. The fourth element is creativity. We know in our country, specifically in the UAE, the importance of creativity and creation, and thanks to Allah, such technologies are used in a way that will benefit individuals first and the country as a whole. Therefore, the UAE is ranking first in over 120 indicators globally. For example, in the global cyber security indicator, we ranked 5th after we have been ranking 47 in the past 2 years. Today, we are ranking 5th globally and working towards being number 1. That is in not just in the UAE, the entire region is actually ranking or making very good ranking across the globe. For example, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are ranked 2nd in this indicator, and they have a number of policies and lessons that we obviously learn from and cooperate with in our bodies and institutions. The final element is partnership. cyber attacks does not really differentiate between a country or an institution. They are crossing the borders. Therefore, we need to have partnership in the investigation process, and we need to. So, therefore, the analysis of any attack needs to be done on a regional level or even global level to know exactly who's behind such attacks. And they keep going, they keep coming, and they will keep coming. And that is, of course, using the digital transformation, and of course, added to that, specifically this year, the usage of AI. And we know that this is a two-way sword. If we don't know exactly how to use artificial intelligence or the likes of technology, modern technologies, other agencies are going to precede us in doing so. Recently, we had a cyber attack done by a group of organizations, and they have used a criminal organization. They have used AI in writing the main code to withdraw all of the information from a certain cloud and sending it to another entity. And therefore, before the ransomware works, which is the virus, and the entire system has been logged, so that their goal was to take a copy of such data to use it as leverage and make demands afterwards. Therefore, we have a number, and of course, AI has been used in the coding and the programming and the algorithm of making such virus. And you have seen how it is easy to use AI, and you have seen in the various pavilions outside showing us how easy it is to create content, as well as creating and of course, the individual using and disseminating such content using the AI technologies that does not really differentiate between an audio or a picture or a movement. Previously, we used to recognize through deepfake videos that we can differentiate and know that this is, yes, done using deep or new technology, but now, due to the development in this technology, the facial features and main sensors by which people are using while talking are all reflected in AI, so that the image or the person in the videos are almost real. Therefore, we need to have other counter technologies to detect all of these fine differences, and that's what we, of course, use in the cyber defense. So we've mentioned the cyber attacks and the governance in the UAE on how they defend the UAE and disseminate the culture of cybersecurity. So we want to say then that technologies do not just rely on companies or a certain technology in this regard. So cyber attacks do not rely in its attacks to have a trusted organization to work with that. It's basically all about culture. And that is the most important message that we need to focus on. The culture of cybersecurity needs to be disseminated across all of the categories of our society. It starts from schools, from homes, from societies, and also in institutions. So we have just to have a certain element always with us to make us careful while using such new technologies. This is all part of the cyber culture or cybersecurity culture. We've seen the repeated attacks and how such attacks have manipulated and used the privacy of individuals and used in a negative manner every day. Therefore, we should all know that such attacks are continuous. And they have already been able to spread poisons and misguiding ideas. Therefore, we need to be aware of such rumors, and we need to be aware also of the authenticity of what's being spread and fact check everything. Therefore, media plays a very integral role in this regard, as they should always work on having what they disseminate is authentic and factual. And of course, we all know that the UAE's main mandate is tolerance and coexistence, and therefore we have the partnership concept and of the 5 pillars or points of the cybersecurity strategy. We find the 5th pillar here, or the 5th point in our strategy, is partnership, because we cannot really work alone. We need to work together. We need to stand side by side into being as authentic as possible, as factual as possible. Therefore, I would like to thank you today for giving me personally the opportunity to talk about this important topic. I'd like to thank all of the organizers of such beautiful Congress. Wish you all the best throughout the rest of it, and may Allah protect you all, protect our countries, and all that they seek to achieve. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, for such inspiring remarks that reiterated the fact of the importance of media in enhancing social awareness as well as cybersecurity. Before we go on with the rest of the 3rd day program, let's congratulate the Union of Arab Media, FANA, for their 5th conference that has been held yesterday on the side of this global event, and would like also to congratulate the UAE, its chairmanship for such union or federation throughout the upcoming period, hoping for the family of UAE media all the success under the patronage of His Excellency Mohammed Jalal Al-Raisi, the Director General of WAMA. Now, let's call His Excellency Mohammed Jalal Al-Raisi, the Director General of WAMA, accompanied by Dr. Farid Ayar, the Secretary General of FANA, to honor His Excellency Fahd Al-Haqran, Director General of the Saudi WAS.
شكرا لسعادة الدكتور فهد.
Thank you, Your Excellency Fahd Al-Haqran, Director General of WAS, Saudi Media, for heading and chairing and chairmanship the Federation for the past period. I'd like to thank him for his sincere efforts throughout the last chairing period. We'd like also to seize this opportunity to honor His Excellency Farid Ayar, the Secretary General of FANA, for his sincere efforts in serving the Federation and his continuous hard work. Thank you. Would like to ask His Excellency Mohammed Jalal to stay with us now. Time has come to honor the winners of the FANA awards, and the winners are Qatari News Agency, which won the Best News Report for 2022.
أيضا وكالة الأنباء.
The Saudi news agency who have won the qualitative award for 2022.
وكالة أنباء الإمارات.
WAMA, Emirates News Agency, who won the qualitative award for 2023.
أيضا وكالة
Also, the Saudi news agency, which won the best report for 2023.
المهندس
Engineer Sulaiman Zahra, we'd like to thank you for your sincere efforts in the development of the electronic website of the Federation.
ألف مبروك.
Congratulations to all the winners. Before we conclude, the Bahrain News Agency won the best image or picture for 2023.
الحين نقدر نقول مبروك لكل الفائزين.
Congratulations to all of the winners. After Bahrain have received this award, we conclude the awarding ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to my colleague Rawan Musa. She will take you on a journey on the pivotal role of media as evoking values of tolerance and sustainable future and community tolerance.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's main event, organized by the Ministry of Tolerance and Coexistence. As an introduction to this exciting gathering, we invite you to watch the opening film produced by the Ministry of Tolerance and Coexistence. Enjoy it.
إن التعاون بين البشر على الرغم من اختلاف الأديان والعقائد هو أساس السعادة، والتعاون يجمع بين القريب والبعيد. مؤسس الدولة المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان.
What a beautiful and impactful film that has all the right messaging, especially at a time when the world needs more tolerance and understanding. It now gives me a great pleasure to invite to the stage Dr. Nashwa Al-Ruwaini. The moderator will facilitate the exciting panel discussions lined up for this morning's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Nashwa Al-Ruwaini.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, peace be upon you all.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Welcome to this important conference organized by the Ministry of Tolerance and Coexistence. On this special occasion, marking the International Day for Tolerance, our event today is appropriately themed, Invoking Tolerance Values for a Sustainable Future, and will feature distinguished guests who represent leading entities in their respective fields of work who have gathered to share with us their views on community tolerance and corporate tolerance. My name is Nashwa Ruwaini. I'm the CEO and board member of the Pyramedia Group in Abu Dhabi. I'm honored to be your moderator of the day. Let's begin our journey today by inviting for the stage our distinguished delegates of the first panel. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdullah Shahi, Acting Executive Director of the Abrahamic Family House in Abu Dhabi. Ms. Claire Dalton, Head of Delegation to the UAE of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Ms. Khawla Barley, Head of Initiatives at Special Olympics UAE. And last but not least, Mr. Hussein Al-Musawi, Editor-in-Chief at National Geographic Al-Arabiya. Please have a seat. I welcome you all today. Thank you for coming and taking time from your busy schedules. Totally appreciated. And I do know that all of you know and acknowledge the importance of such events that bring us together for the good of humanity. Thank you for coming. Let me start by mentioning that 2 days ago, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, he opened this second edition of the Global Media Congress by saying, and I quote, "We have come to understand that tolerance and peaceful coexistence is a soft power. It creates opportunities for integrated local and international community engagement that promotes peace and prosperity for all." End of quote. Let me start with Mr. Al-Shahi. Good morning.
Good morning.
With His Excellency's quote in mind, and in your capacity as the acting executive director, can you provide a brief background about the Abrahamic Family House in Abu Dhabi and its mission, its core mission?
Thank you, Nashwa. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. The Abrahamic Family House is more than a complex that contains 3 houses of worship. What everybody knows about it, of course, is that it's a complex that contains a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. More importantly is the center in the middle that brings people and cultures together, and we've named it the Forum. That sort of enables that. But the story of the Abrahamic Family House it's a continuation of the UAE story. It was inspired by the signature of the document on human fraternity back in 2019. When His Holiness Pope Francis and His Eminence Imam Ahmed al-Tayyib came together here in Abu Dhabi and signed the Human Fraternity document. And we were so inspired by that the idea for the Abrahamic Family House was born. Now, what makes this document great is that it calls for the equality of all of humanity. Whether you're Muslims, Christians, Jews, or otherwise, you're all equal in the eyes of God. And it's such a beautiful moment that really inspired us to create the Abrahamic Family House. At the AFH, we have 3 houses of worship. The Imam al-Tayyib Mosque, the St. Francis Church, and the Moses bin Maymun Synagogue. Each stands on equal ground. No building is larger than the other, no building is higher than the other, no building is deeper than the other. They all stand on the same ground looking in different directions. And when you look at them from the outside, they're quite similar, but when you go into the inside, each is unique as well, in a beautiful metaphor of the faiths themselves. We've been incredibly delighted to see the increase in numbers of worshipers coming to the AFH over the past almost a year in its life now. We've come to about 30,000 worshipers in both the mosque and the church, and about 1,000 in the synagogue, which is, of course, aligned to the number of the community members here in Abu Dhabi as well. And we've had people come to visit us as well, which has come up to the same number, give or take.
Based on your mission, how does this, promote the idea of tolerance within the community?
So our mission is, and I quote, bridging our common humanity through the exchange of knowledge, dialogue, and the practice of faith. And here, the wording is quite deliberate. We believe that knowledge enables dialogue, and through dialogue, we can truly come together. This is all complemented, of course, by faith practice, and here we say faith practice and not worship deliberately as well, because worship is quite an insular activity, but practice of faith is a collective activity. One of the things that personally make me extremely proud, and I know that it makes my team proud as well, is our social programming at the AFH. So every week we have a program or an event that takes place where members of the community come together. We started with 1 or 2 events a month for 50 people each, and they grew so far in popularity that we've had to do now about 6 events a month. Each event, we've doubled the capacity of the events, and yet each event has a 200-person waiting list. You see members of the 3 communities coming together and creating something that almost has nothing to do with faith. In essence, you'll see a Muslim, a Christian, and a Jew sitting at the same table, creating something artistic or mundane. Last week, we had about 100 people come together and create geodes out of resin. The week before, they had a workshop to create mosaics. The week before that, they engaged in a workshop to create candles. And next week, we have an aromatherapy workshop. Tonight, we have a trivia night about the UAE. So it's exercises like this where strangers come together, they sit at the same table, but they leave as friends. And that really, at least for us at the AFH, is the most sustainable creation of peace.
Amazing work.
Thank you.
Ms. Claire Dalton, as the head of the delegation to the UAE at the International Committee of the Red Cross, now the ICRC has a monumental task. I mean, globally, you're trying to ensure humanitarian protection and assistance for victims in the armed conflicts and other situations of violence. And unfortunately, the world today is absolutely bonkers. And, I know how difficult this task is. But you are always trying to promote respect for international laws within the areas that you work in. With the world today in the turmoil and the conflict, we can only imagine the challenging and daunting tasks that you're doing. Can you talk to us about your role and how best do you bring communities together through the programs that you provide on the ground, globally?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I mean, I think the one thing we all share, and you referred to it, is this idea of humanity. So the International Committee of the Red Cross was founded on a few principles. The underlying one is humanity, but also the idea of impartiality, neutrality, independence, so that we, and together with our partners who are Red Crescent, Red Cross societies, and that includes the Emirates Red Crescent, are working around the world to, yes, provide help to people who are experiencing war, conflict, but it could also be disaster. And many volunteers working for the Red Crescent and Red Cross Network are part of the community and very much working on all kinds of community programs. So we feel very privileged to be part of this humanitarian network that I think is one of the largest in the world. You've got hundreds of millions of people, volunteers and staff, working every day in some of the most difficult places. Now, our role as the International Committee of the Red Cross is very much to work in places affected, as you said, by war or conflict. And absolutely, I mean, it's incredibly difficult. It's always been difficult. Our mandate is to try and limit the suffering in war, but we all know and we see every day how hard that is and how terrible that is. And I think our message here, and it's very much the message that you are always promoting, is this idea there's no hierarchy in suffering. If you are a person experiencing, whether that's a natural disaster, a war, any kind of challenge, you know, that is very, very difficult. And so our principles are very much the ones you're describing about how can we bring people together, how can we find solutions, even in the most difficult and challenging of times. And the solution is always, of course, to this complexity, I believe, diversity. Diversity of action, diversity of thinking, and the solutions that we can bring together are always going to be better than the solution that any one organization or person can bring. And so I think for us, yes, and this idea of tolerance to me is no different than our principle of humanity, you know, and we see every day the different initiatives that are bringing people together. And I think too, our work in, you know, the worst times of conflict shows us that, you know, you can always find ways to help people. And it's often the community who are there first. They're often the first to respond. So our role as an international organization as well is to understand from their perspective too, how can we best help them? What do they need? So even the idea of our work has had to evolve over time as people's evolving needs have changed. You know, I mean, it's a terrible thing to say, but the way wars are fought today is not the same as they were fought when we were founded in 1860-something. So we all, again, have to keep working together to look at the best way, one, to help and protect and assist people during conflict, but also, you know, and it's maybe not our job as a humanitarian organization, but it's the job of governments to help find solutions to conflict. You know, we say there are no humanitarian solutions, there are political solutions. And so I feel like as well, having this underpinning of tolerance of humanity can only support that in our work.
Yeah. When you base your work on volunteering, I mean, it's a great motivation and mobilization of whatever community that you're working with. How do you introduce the concept of tolerance within the volunteer sphere?
Well, all the Red Crescent, Red Cross networks work under 7 principles, actually, that are very much aligned with this idea of tolerance. I think people who go and work for these societies often already, you know, it's a human, I would like to be an optimist and believe that inside us all there are good intentions.
Yes.
And I suppose being part of a community can help facilitate that. So I think on one hand, the principles are important because they're almost like a compass. They help guide our work. So when we're saying this idea of impartiality, helping people based on need, it means who has the greatest needs. So that principle sort of helps you through maybe a difficult decision to say, how do we, you know, give assistance? Or equally the idea of neutrality, not taking sides. You know, not all organizations can work according to neutrality. That's okay. Yeah. But this idea of not taking sides and helping people based on their need, I feel whether you're a volunteer or a staff member, is a useful guide. So in a sense, these principles, and tolerance is a good example, you know, they're almost like codes of conduct or rules by which we wish to guide our work. And for us and for the volunteers too, I feel that having these idea of these principles helps you then work together with the community. And it also helps the community understand, you know, what we're there to do, because we can all share these common ideals.
I'm sure that everyone in this room and myself, you know, we appreciate totally what you're doing with your team on the ground, and we salute you. Let me go to Mr. Al-Musawi, and maybe whatever we're saying here, something like the National Geographic is what documents it. I know that you're the editor-in-chief of National Geographic Al Arabiya, and National Geographic Abu Dhabi as well is one of the pillars of media in Abu Dhabi. And I know that, the stories that you tell, it feeds tolerance. Can you talk to us about this?
So let's establish that National Geographic is about preserving our planet, or spreading the word about preserving the wonders of our planet. So many people here know National Geographic for the amazing visual content that has to do with nature and wildlife, and that's what it is to a great degree. So big part of it is about discovering geographies from all around the world. And again, this is a big field of National Geographic, but the other bit that it's not hidden, but maybe people don't talk much about, it's about discovering the geographies within. So from the very beginning, the people who were behind National Geographic were obviously explorers, but to a great degree, there were lots of anthropologists, lots of ethnographers, people who were studying our human societies all the way through. So that requires really diving into different communities from all around the world. It could be in well-known cities, it could be in remote communities, and pretty much, I mean, even given the different geographies we have around the world, at the end we have mountains everywhere, we have seas or oceans everywhere, we have forests everywhere. I mean, they are diverse, they have different makeups, each is unique, but at the end, these are forests, these are, there is commonness wherever they are, but when it comes to culture, when it comes to languages, the diversity is way more than what we see in nature. And National Geographic is about pinning down the little details about human history and human anthropology, and deep down, it's not just about spreading the knowledge, it's about telling the stories.
Give us a story.
Yeah.
Tell us a story.
Yeah, I mean, I went through many stories, and to be quite true, frankly, sometimes, or many times actually, you don't have to go far away. The story is just around the corner. Here from the UAE, from the heart of Abu Dhabi. I just have to walk maybe around the corner to discover that. Just have a chat with the person who's kind of pouring me the cup of karak maybe. Just dive into that, have that conversation. And that's pretty much what's happening at the Abrahamic Family House, which we're working on documenting at the moment. So it's really, again, going to that theme of discovering the geographies within, because once you do that, once you kind of look into our cultures as geographies and become familiar with them, that's when you really become tolerant, because that's when you really discover that, hey, we're all the same. Maybe we're sitting on a different corner of these geographies, but then we share this one geography. So pretty much like we have planet Earth, the physical planet Earth, we have within a planet Earth as well. And it's pretty much that, and the more you go deeper into understanding human cultures, it humbles you, and that's pretty much what we try to do through telling stories and empowering people from those communities to tell their own stories using a global platform.
Totally with you. Ms. Khawla Barley, as the head of initiatives at the Special Olympics UAE, you have an amazing job.
I do.
Really. And, seeing how the Special Olympics evolved and how it involved the society and how it made a global impact and how it affected so many lives, I salute you. And I really want to know your experience and how did the initiatives that were done with the Special Olympics affect the community and promote the concept of tolerance.
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you for including me on this panel. I think many of you remember the Special Olympics World Games in 2019, which I think was really a pivotal event here in the UAE for promoting awareness and acceptance of inclusion of people of determination. And I think it really, was part of a much larger agenda by the leadership. And part of the legacy of the Special Olympics is the reestablishment and reorganization of Special Olympics UAE and the establishment of a program called the Unified Champion Schools. And in 2019, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed made the commitment that all of the public schools in the UAE would become Unified Champion Schools. And so what the program is, it's about intentionally planned activities between students with and without intellectual disabilities. So unifying different populations and different abilities. Much in the same way that the Abrahamic House brings together people of different faiths, we work within the schools to create this intentionally planned activities in sports, in leadership, in whole school engagement, ensuring that a unified team is awarded the same status within the school, the same recognition as their mainstream peers. And what this looks like in action, because we have a lot of schools who say we are inclusive, but what our work does is really complement this. And I always love to tell the story. In 2019, one of our pilot programs was a unified robotics league. And one of the teams we were speaking to, and we just asked them, were you guys all friends? How did you form your team? And two girls spoke up, and their names were Fatima and Maitha. I think that's generic enough not to be breaking any confidentialities. And Fatima was a mainstream student, and her partner was an autistic student. And Fatima popped up and she said, you know what? Maitha and I have been in the same school, in the same grade for 8 years, and we never knew each other. And she said, our teacher put us together on this team, and she said, she's so funny. And she's saying to Maitha playfully, I know you don't think you're funny, but you're funny. They're telling stories about their experiences. And they shared with us that now, they high-five in the hallway if they see each other. Maitha sometimes joins her at the lunch table. And it's these small shifts that we're really working towards. We're happy if they learn robotics. We're happy if they, gain a passion for a new sport. But what we're really working towards is these small connections. And that was one of the first examples. But over the course of the last few years, we see hundreds of these small shifts every year. And I think this is really what we're working toward. We're really lucky that the Unified Champion Schools has been implemented globally for a number of years, so there's quite an evidence base. And one of the really exciting findings is that schools that implement this framework see about a 95% reduction in bullying and offensive language. And that is not restricted to bullying and offensive language towards people of determination. That's across the board, wow. Racially, socioeconomically. So what we're learning is that, tolerance in any form has a spillover effect. So religious tolerance spills over. If your acceptance of different religions, different faiths, you're much more likely to be accepting of people of different abilities or different appearances. And His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, along with the establishment of our organization, also established a global office for inclusion in education here in Abu Dhabi. And some of the work that they're doing right now is with Harvard University, and they're actually trying to create a framework for what actually makes up an inclusive mindset. Because if we understand better how the minds of inclusive individuals work, then we can have a stronger impact. And it's very interesting because in the conversations around this research, you simply see that many people are naturally more tolerant, but quite often it's based on an event. We hear from people, my family my cousin had a child with Down syndrome. And this really was a catalyst for our entire family to have these shifts in mindset. So I think it comes down again to the intentional planning and connection of people.
Yes. Our leadership has done so much in the past few years to promote tolerance and inclusion. I have to salute Mr. Mohammed Al-Janaibi as well, His Excellency Al-Janaibi. I was one of the volunteers with you, and the whole community was volunteering with you with such happiness, and really it was an experience that we all remember and we all feel happy about. And we also always say that the times before the Special Olympics and after the Special Olympics, because there was such a unity in the community that I have not seen anything like it in a long time. Dear guests, thank you so much for this panel, and I wish you all the luck in whatever you're doing. You're doing an amazing job, all of you, each one in his fields, and I'm honored to have spoken to you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel, we're gonna watch a movie called Destined.
So we should.
ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. The UAE is destined
الإمارات دائما إن شاء الله مصيرها
to introduce our next distinguished guest panelists as they join me in our second panel, which explores corporate tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Sana Ertan, Head of People at Ericsson Middle East and Africa. Hello. Mr. Jean-Luc Cherer, Business Incubation Expert at صندوق الوطن. Ms. Marie-Thérèse Laguerre, Strategy and Marketing Director at Veolia Middle East. And Ms. Asley Chakir, HR Vice President for Gulf countries at Schneider Electric. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you had a chance to hear the first panel. Great to have all of you.
Thank you.
Now, this panel discussion is entitled Invoking Corporate Tolerance for a Sustainable Future. It will focus on your views to create a discourse in amplifying sustainable tolerance values by utilizing the power of corporate reach. In the keynote address in day one of the Global Media Congress, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, stated, and I quote, "Electronic media, including web-based media, television and radio, satellite, wireless and mobile technologies, as well as other forms of modern delivery, will continue to provide information and entertainment to large audiences." End of quote. Ms. Sana, reflecting on His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan's statement, can you share with us how Ericsson, being a leading technology corporate, engages with communities to spread tolerance values?
Thank you. I think it's a great question, and also thank you for inviting me. As many of you might know, Ericsson is a technology company. We're providing hardware, software, and services to telecommunications companies, so we provide infrastructure for telecommunications. And of course, as His Excellency stated, telecommunications has enabled the connectivity in an unimaginable level in the last 20 years. And of course, being a pioneer in mobile technologies and enabling mobile technologies, our purpose as a company is to use technology for good, for the betterment of the societies. When we look at our purpose, we always see how our technology, how our products are enabling the societies for a better digital inclusion. When we talk about digital inclusion, we can talk about trade, we can talk about commerce, we can talk about education, we can talk about social media, we can talk about electronic media. Yeah. These are all enabled by the technology that Ericsson is providing for mobile operators around the world, which is of course enabling it to the end users. So our purpose as a company actually is very much at its core has the betterment of societies. Mm-hmm. Another thing I'd like to highlight here is how we, being in HR, being in human resources, how we as a company also give back to the societies that we operate in from an employer perspective. I'm managing human resources for quite a large region for Ericsson. I'm blessed with that. We have more. I
love the title, Head of People.
Exactly, because we no longer use human resources, we use people, because we try to see our employees as not only our employees, but also as
Human beings.
distinguished members of the societies they come from and they live in. And as an employer, we also feel that we're obliged to make sure that we enable them to thrive, both professionally and socially, so that they can give back to the society. And for that, we try to be the best employer that they can find by making sure that we take care of their well-being, by making sure that we take care of their professional development, and by making sure that we take care of their not only, of course, how they develop and give back to the society, but also in terms of how we incentivize them so that they have the right level of lifestyle that they aspire to.
Understood. Marie.
Yes.
As a leading entity of ecological transformation, how can different companies working in different countries collaborate? Maybe we touch on climate change first. And how do we address the challenges for something like climate change?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me on that panel. Veolia is dedicated, committed as a company to this ecological transformation. And if you allow me to lean my answer to that topic of tolerance, we truly believe that tolerance, when you take it at its essence, it's understanding, accepting the fact that it might be other point of view, other references. And when you just like accept that, respect that, you then have the capacity to tap into a deep, really deep pool of knowledge, perspective, a different way of thinking. And it's exactly what we need to achieve what we are tending for, which is just like turn the tide, change our way of seeing what is our economy, how can we decarbonate our economy. So we truly, as an operator in environmental deserving population with water or with waste, you are working close with the communities, you are respecting what their values are, what their cultural values are, because it's the only way for you to give to them the right and tailored solution on an environmental point of view, with according to their needs.
Give us an example of a challenge that relates to that with the local communities.
In fact, I think that I don't think that it's just like a challenge. For me, it's an opportunity.
Okay.
It's more an opportunity to be connected to those populations because the knowledge is there. Our planet is full and it's a home for different culture, for different way of thinking, for different way of lives. So you have to respect that because the knowledge will first come from them. They know their country, they know their territory, and it can't come from any other place from that place they are living in. And you are just connected to them, and you are here to respond to their needs.
Yeah, they know that you're not coming to change, you're coming to be part of it and help.
We are part of the community. Most of our works are done by the people on the ground from those regions. You can do it abroad. You are not operating water from abroad. You are operating it on the field with the people from that region.
Great. Jean-Luc, a national philanthropic organization established to support Emiratis in all of the nation's various sectors, Sunduq al-Watan is fast becoming a corporate bridge between industry and community. Are there initiatives at Sunduq al-Watan that bring emerging youth together to learn and to work with one another and grow human values as they foster the coexistence?
Absolutely.
No, I don't know.
It's not on.
No, it's fine.
So,
yeah,
it's gone.
It's gone.
You have a big impact.
Exactly.
So let me try.
Is it working, or should I move on until you fix it? Yeah. Okay. Let's. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, at Sandouk Al Watan, we focus on social impact initiatives. One of our big pillars is really Emiratization. We have a number of programs that focus on that. We have Jusur, Masarat, UE Innovator, and all of these programs aim at helping young Emirati talent to find jobs outside the public sector into the private sector. So really to help them, get the fulfilling life by finding these type of jobs in the private sector. Now, one important role I think we have to play in that as well is basically how do you make that matchmaking between Emirati talent and, let's say, international corporates or international companies. And I think today, when you look at Emiratization, a lot of companies might see this as a due to recruit, but they're not necessarily thinking about cultural differences and so on. So we try to work with both sides, basically, and I think tolerance is really one of these foundations to be able to even start a discussion about inclusion, diversity, and so on. You need to start listening, understanding what the other culture is, how it's different. Let's say how the national or local culture is different from your corporate culture, and then basically build on that expectations for both sides. And I think this is where we as a Sandouk Al Watan have an important role to play as well as you. I think the word a bridge toward the corporate is really I think the right word to use here.
It's the core.
Yes.
And how do you create a balance between creativity and connectivity?
Right. So when we look at another way, actually tolerance influences us quite a lot is really by the way we start our initiatives. We're a small organization. There are 20 plus people, but we have many different nationalities and in the team. And at the start, when ideas come up, we all have different ways of thinking, different ways of approaching a problem. But we listen to everybody. Everybody has a chance to express their ideas, their opinions. So it starts internally already in the company, where you have that mindset of being inclusive, listening to everybody, accepting cultural differences. And then, so that's basically internally, but then also some of our programs specifically focus on creativity and innovation, and that's where we continue to basically spread these messages as well toward the students we would train.
How would you, let's talk about something a bit different. Social media is a very important pillar now in everyday's life. As corporately,
yes.
How would you promote tolerance or help your organization and whoever is with you in it?
I think social media, I see it a bit that sometimes as the elephant in the room, right? When we talk about tolerance, because what we really want to do is to really promote these values of tolerance everywhere, and that's what our organization does. But when you look at social media, the way the algorithms are tuned, it's for polarization. It's all the opposite. So I think we as companies, entities like ourselves, but also corporates, I think have to get back control on what's happening out there in social media and avoid this constant bashing and polarization you see on social media, because the algorithms, unfortunately, they tend to promote things which are polarized most of the time, and you start seeing it on many platforms.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Asil, I don't know if you share the same sentiments, but you represent a vital energy sector through a leading corporate, Schneider Electric. You are regarded as one that produces clean and climate-friendly energy. Can you talk to us about how Schneider Electric blends and utilizes these resources to become a beacon of diversity and inclusion?
Sure. First of all, Schneider Electric just puts itself as a digital partner for bringing sustainability and efficiency to the organizations. We are not an energy producer. We are mainly managing energy through digital solutions, I would say, overall. And I was speaking from a different angle, but now hearing everything, I'm going to blend everything what I have in my mind right now. So in Schneider Electric, we have a strong guiding principles that is including people topic in it at every level. It's part of the ESG strategy, which is called environmental, social, and governance. And also, it's part of the sustainability strategy roadmap. When you look into the global sustainability roadmap, we are not missing people anywhere, it's everywhere. And when we are talking about ESG, we are mainly talking about, obviously, the mission of Schneider Electric to increase the acceleration of net zero solutions through its employees. And when we are talking about employee on the social part, we are a company saying that we give the whole opportunities equally to our employees at everywhere. We empower them without differentiating any gender, generation, or any other unique selves, I would say, to reach out to this equal opportunities around the world. This is like a global statement, and we have we also call ourselves like a most global local company. So all these global strategies, roadmaps, everything is very good on the slides and everywhere, you know, on the websites. But how we as Schneider Electric integrate these topics into our daily routine, in our DNA, is the local commitment of the organizations, that we need to give our commitment to the global, saying that this is the global strategy, and I'm aligning myself with this global strategy with some local initiatives. It may differ based on my countries and another country in the South America or another country in India, let's say. So this is how we shape it up, I would say. And on the other angle, I think when we say tolerance, it reminds me a couple of progressive policies that we have brought at a global level, and we are applying them at the local level. For example, global family leave. There's a policy at a global level covering the families of the members of our employees. So we don't see them as employees, they are part of our family, and their family is also affecting our daily life, performance, and everything. So this global family policy, for example, is covering males, females together, youth together, elders together. Whenever there's a need of support in the family needed, we should be leaving our employee free of mind to take care of the family, right? Either husbands, wives, spouses, kids, or elder people around the globe. It may differ based on the value set. So this is one of the top-notch example of the company that we enable this kind of things on the ground. And there was a big resistance from the ground, I mean, giving excessive maternity leave, giving excessive paternity leave, which is not labor law governed. We give it based on the country. So there was like a lot of questions from male colleagues, like, do I have a paternity leave now? I said, yes, go enjoy with your family. You have a baby. You have a new journey in your life. So that was a little bit rough 5 years ago. Now it's on the ground and everybody is happy about it. Managers were like questioning, like, do I have to approve this to take care of an elder member? And I'm like, yes, because it's a global policy. You cannot say no at a local level. So these kind of things are how we walk the talk indeed. And I have a lot of examples of such things, either at a global level or local level. We give commitments and we manage this truly. And plus, I think the value set of the company is really important. When I think about, again, tolerance, we have a value saying, be there to disrupt. Just to encourage the youth to be challenging the elephants in the room, I would say. We tell them, like, you have to be there to disrupt, to challenge us, because we are running the daily routine every day the same way. I need someone fresh to poke me a stick saying that, why you don't do this in a different way. So we encourage them to be there to disrupt. Or we position females or early careers in the decision-making process. This is a KPI at a global level, but at local level, how we apply it, it's a little bit more different. Like, we we tell them like, we are making a bold bet decision with you. We believe in you that you will manage this. We are here coaching you, mentoring you, but believe yourself and take the role. These kind of things, I think on the daily routine, is giving the tolerance to the environment, because when you have an early career in a decision-making role, he or she makes mistakes, several mistakes. You have to be tolerant to understand what is the mistake coming from, how I can coach this person so that he can or she can deliver more in a good performance, and this needs a bit of tolerance, you know, and
a lot of tolerance.
A lot of tolerance in the daily routine. When everything is running out very quickly, you have a big mistake here, you have to cover it up. So these kind of things are, I think, part of the culture, which I never thought about from the tolerance perspective before coming here. Now I feel like most of the policies and programs are very much linked to tolerance, and it helps us to give ourselves another chance to try a better result, to bring a better result, and to, you know, to take care of the family members
Amazing.
and employees.
Now we have 4 minutes. I want each of you in 1 minute to tell me an advice to the corporate world about tolerance. Start with you.
Okay, so I think because of my seating arrangement, I'm always going first. Well, I think it's about realizing that innovation and progress only comes from inclusion and diversity in thinking. So this is why my advice to the corporations is that they should be very open into bringing a very diverse workforce into their organization, and to make sure that they understand and find a way to consolidate their cultural richness so that they can get the best out of the diversity of thinking.
Perfect. Jean-Luc?
Yeah, I want to add something I forgot to say earlier, actually, and that is, you know, when it comes to tolerance and social media, with the advent of you know, AI and automation, there's really the risk that we hear more of the same. You know, that one voice, you know, the one who speaks the loudest is the one you hear. The one that has maybe most money is the only one you hear. And there's a big risk that this basically affects minority thinking, and basically that is then also an issue from a tolerance perspective. It means we don't listen anymore to minorities, and that is something, I think, it's a message to corporates to really pay attention to this. Make sure you don't introduce bias when using all these new generation of tools. And, you know, stay authentic to yourself, and make sure that you continue, you know, promoting the values of tolerance, diversity, and inclusion.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. What you've just mentioned now requires a different forum and long hours.
Absolutely.
We'll make sure to do it next time, inshallah. Marie?
From my point of view, and because the COP is at the door, I think that if we look at climate change, the tolerance is the only way for us to tackle this. It's, I don't think that one entity, one company will be able to provide the solution. We need to work together at the nation level, at the community level, at the business level. We need to put together the knowledge, accept that it can come from everywhere, and this will create the innovative, sustainable solution. But we have to think like one humanity.
Unity. Asle?
It's been hard on the last one because everything is said, but overall, I think unconscious bias is critical. We said bias, but sometimes when we are even saying that we are not biased, we have some unconscious bias that we need to take care of it every minute when we make a decision. And the second part is clearly like free the minds of people so that they can feel comfortable, trusted, to bring the best of themselves, like being unique self in this environment without thinking that if everyone is judging me about my appearance or about my thought, about my language skills and etc., it's really stressing you out a lot. Just let them be themselves, and you know, they will bring the most of they could bring to the world, I would say.
Thank you so much, Asle. Thank you, Marie, Jean-Luc. Thank you, Sena, for this
Thank
lovely
you.
panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in this forum organized by the Ministry of Tolerance and Coexistence. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks to our colleague Nashwa and to our guests and panelists, and we continue our sessions on the third day of this Congress today. And now we will have an interview with Jevin Kevinson, the Group Media Director, City Football Group UK. The moderator is Mike Mododa, TV presenter, Super Sports for South Africa. The floor is yours.
Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another exciting part of the Global Media Congress 2023. And I'm pleased to be talking, of course, as the moderator announced, to the media director of the City Football Group, and that is Gavin Johnson. So Gav, let me start off by congratulating you on the news that filtered in yesterday. Record revenues for Manchester City, the highest ever seen in the English Premier League for any club. And you've got to say that City is winning both on and off the field.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lovely to be here. Yeah, my name's Gavin Johnson. I am the City Football Group Media Director. City Football Group is an organisation that owns 13 football clubs across the globe. Manchester City obviously is the biggest and most successful of those, but we also have clubs across the globe in places like Mumbai, New York City. We just won a massive club in the northern part of Brazil called Bahia. My role as media director is very much focused on content. So that content output comes in the way of video, photography, written editorial, and it spans all across different kind of media. What we also launched to have an umbrella brand across the group was what we call City Studios. So we launched City Studios 18 months ago, and City Studios is three things, Mike. Yeah. So the first thing is it's about creativity. So it is about creative talent, but it's also about having a creative mentality running through the organization. The second thing, it's about production resource, so people, so expertise, talent, delivering across all the full spectrum of production. And the third element is around top-class facilities as well. So we're going to show a video now, which is like a sizzle video of everything that City Studios is. So if you wouldn't mind playing the video, please.
Let's go to work.
What's up, mate? You alright?
I wanna know if we're in the treble, yeah? What are you gonna do with that?
This documentary is gonna be the best ever.
Let me take it back.
You hungry? Go away. Can you help me? Can you help me? Go away, please.
Tom Cruise will probably watch this as well.
Oh, now we're talking. Unbelievable.
Welcome to Match Day Live.
How you feeling? Ah, top of the world. The lead.
Hey, well, I'm getting good at this.
What we're seeing there is just some of the work that Gavin Johnson is involved in, and of course I think the football club is evolving into more than just a sports entity. It's becoming a fully fledged production house as well, because you've got to be able to tell the stories of your success and your challenges well. So Man City is the one brand that we know and love so much. It's the global brand, but you're more than just Man City. You've also got teams around the world, in Montevideo, in Japan, in Australia, in the United States. How do you strike the balance between telling the story of the global brand and also trying to remain relevant to the local brands and in their own constituencies?
Yeah, absolutely. So each of the clubs has its own media team. That varies in size. Some teams obviously are smaller than others, and it might be a 2 or 3 person outfit. Manchester City, it's obviously significant. You know, we have nearly 100 people now in Manchester running that particular operation. What we try to do is make sure that any content output from the clubs is localized, so they need to drive it on the ground. I wouldn't expect anyone in Manchester to understand Japanese culture necessarily, so Yokohama needs to run that themselves, for example. What we do support from a CFG perspective is best practice and expertise. So we're obviously very close to whether it's production techniques or production trends, or it might be how the social media platforms are, what they're prioritizing at any particular time. So we make sure that all of our clubs understand that best practice, and we share knowledge left, right, and centre on the production front, but also on when it comes to what that output should be, if you like. When it comes to engaging with Manchester City fans globally, we're obviously a very fast-growing club with the success that we're having. But there's different ways we do that. We have localized languages in a localized resource on the ground in multiple countries across the globe, but they still get the support from back in Manchester. A great example of when we engage really successfully with fans overseas is when we go on tour. Yeah. So summer before last, we went to the US. Last summer, we went to Japan and Korea, and we see that as a huge opportunity to engage with local fans, and content is one massive mechanism to do that. So again, I'm going to show you another little video, which is from our tour last summer across Japan and Korea. So again, if you wouldn't mind just playing the video, please.
Let's go to work.
Alvarez, great save, and City will score on the rebound. Another trophy. City are in again with Haaland, and he scored. Of course he has.
Like this, and then like this.
There's a small jersey. You like it?
Very good.
Yeah? Better than sushi.
Rock the beat.
Manchester City, as you can see, it's more than just about getting to the ball into the back of the net, but it's also about content creation and the ability to reach out to global audiences, to new audiences, taking the football club to new territories as well. Last season, Gavin, unprecedented success for Manchester City. They won the treble, the FA Cup, they won the Champions League, and of course they won the Premier League title in England. Does that success make the job of content creation a lot easier?
I mean, it's a real privilege to obviously work for a club that is so successful. The success had on the pitch definitely allows us to grow, but the way our mentality is that we've got to plan to win everything, which is, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way, because we're not going to win everything every year. The treble, it's the second time it's been done in 25 years in England. It's such a rare occurrence, and it might be the only time we ever do it, hopefully not. But we have to prepare for all of the eventualities that we're going to win, and do all that planning accordingly. 2 years ago, we lost to Real Madrid in the semi-final of the Champions League with 2 injury time goals that took it into extra time. We had to be ready that we were going to win it. The same thing that season, we could have been on for the treble and we didn't win it. Interesting story from the season just gone. This time we won it when we weren't playing, and we had to plan for that. So Arsenal were playing Nottingham Forest at the City Ground, and the whole of my team were ready to go live with a celebration live show in the eventuality that Arsenal lost at Forest, which is a pretty unlikely result at the time. So we're all gathered, we had the talent there, all good to go, and then Forest scored, then it went to the end of the game, and ultimately Arsenal lost the game, and we'd won the Premier League, even though we weren't on the pitch. And we literally, 45 seconds after the final whistle in a game that didn't involve us, we were live on our channels and live across the globe with that celebration show. We're also, at the same time, we were shooting in the first team building with the first team who had been watching that game. We'd caught their celebration, and that went out, not on our channels, but it went out all across the globe to all the different broadcasts as well. So that's a great example where you've got to be ready for stuff. But equally, success is amazing, and we wouldn't have it any other way. But I think back to Istanbul back in June, my team were in Istanbul doing a live show, and then literally they had to hop on the plane. 24 hours later, they were then doing the full production for the parade in Manchester when we had 200,000 fans on the streets of Manchester, and my team were producing the show around that. And they would not have had it any other way, mate, but it does bring a lot of pressure with it to deliver all that content, because we are very ambitious as a club. We want to continue to grow, and we've got to serve those fans.
Well, we've just seen a couple of the videos that you showed there, and they feature your players quite prominently. And a lot of people will be wondering, what role do your athletes actually play in the production process? Are they just models, or you actually leverage on their creativity and some of the off-field talent as well?
Yeah, so I think the good thing is or the best thing to do is to understand their strengths and weaknesses, what they like, what they don't like. Some of them are quite good at the humorous stuff. Some of them like the bit more kind of sincere, emotional kind of stuff. And it's very rare that they get involved in the creative process, particularly younger players. But once we get to know them, they do want to get involved. A brilliant example of that we did at the end of August, we've got a player called Kyle Walker, who's now our captain.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of speculation about, was Kyle going to stay through the summer? Was he going to leave? And very fortunately for us, I'm happy to say he signed a new contract. And when we got wind of that he was about to sign a new contract, Alex and my team approached Kyle and said, look, I've got a great idea for a really cool video that I think will do really well to announce your contract renewal. And I don't know if anyone in the room has seen a film called Wolf of Wall Street. And in that, Leonardo DiCaprio plays a character, and there's one particular scene where he was going to be leaving the company that he founded, but now he decides to stay. And so what we got Kyle to do was act out that particular Wolf of Wall Street scene as if he was that character, but also depicting him as staying. So if you wouldn't mind playing the Kyle Walker video, please.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving! The show goes on. This is my home.
The Kyle Walker contract extension, one of the team leaders, one of the best fullbacks in the world. How could he leave with the team, of course, set to achieve even more success this season and in the years to come? Now, we often hear, Gavin, that people's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. Are you realizing that on your platforms?
I think that's a total myth, is my personal opinion. Obviously we were chatting earlier, you've got 4 kids, I've got 2. Your 12-year-old, my 12-year-old, I don't know about your 12-year-old, but my boy, Luca, he will watch 5-second, reels, TikTok videos if I let him, and he'll get obsessed with those. But equally, he will sit down and he will watch a 2-hour Netflix, Disney film, or whatever that may be. So I personally think it's a myth that attention span is short.
So if it's not about time, then what is it about?
I think it's about the quality of what you produce. A great 7-second TikTok video can really captivate someone, but I know you're close to documentary making as well, and great documentary making can catch people as well. So from my perspective as the media director, I've got to have talent in my team that can do both, and they're actually quite a different skill set. So someone who can put together a 2-hour documentary, and the research that goes into that, the storytelling that goes into that, the rhythm of that particular story, how you tell it is different to embracing a TikTok channel and delivering it. So it's about having the right skill set in your team and in your setup to be able to deliver on both. And those are two ends of the spectrum, and then everything in between.
Well, yesterday here on the main stage at the Global Media Congress, artificial intelligence was a running theme. And I really can't go through our chat without asking you how your group is leveraging on new technologies such as AI, as well as, of course, others that are at your disposal.
Yeah, AI is a really interesting area, and we are exploring it, and we do embrace a lot of it in our business at the moment. When it comes to output, I think we need to be very careful. We did do a little experiment about 3 weeks ago. There was a trend, I'm not sure if anyone saw it on social, about the sort of 1980s yearbook, where you plugged in your image into AI, and it came back what you would look like in the 1980s kind of American yearbook. And we did that with our players, but we were very, very cautious to flag that this was AI generated, because we've got to respect the players' own IP, how they feel about that. So that's a good example where we embrace it, but we're also very cautious with it. Other examples, I'm going to show 2 videos now, actually. The first one is, again, from the Asia tour. And this is kind of a bit of a test for the room as to whether you think this is real or fake. So if you wouldn't mind just playing the first video of the Asia tour. So I don't know if think to yourself whether it's real or fake. That was a real video that we overlaid it on with CGI footage. So, and that CGI footage was worked on over a kind of a 4 or 5 week period leading up to the tour, and particularly a great big splash when we launched in Japan, doing over 40 million views across the globe. But also it just landed us over there. We couldn't get the players over there in advance. We had to be quite innovative with it. So that, again, embracing CGI is something we did. And just while we're talking about CGI, I've got to show you this second one, which is a video that we did, we put out about a week after we won the treble. And again, this is another, I'm giving it away now, but this is a CGI-generated video. If you wouldn't mind showing the second video, please. Yeah, so that's a great example where using CGI to continue the story about the treble season. You congratulated me earlier, but we want to keep that story going, and that went out 10 days, 2 weeks after the win. We had the groundsman on to us saying, "What the hell are you doing?" But actually, it wasn't real. It was actually fake in that particular instance.
Absolutely. I love the fact that you're using CGI, and it's one of the arrows in your quiver. Another arrow that a lot of sports organizations are putting in their quiver is documentaries. Yeah. We've seen, of course, documentaries rise in popularity across a number of platforms. What do you think that rise, what does it owe itself to?
Yeah, I mean, we were the pioneers on that before my days, but we worked with Amazon on the All or Nothing, which is, 7 years ago now or so. That was, I think, the first Premier League club to do it, so we kind of, again, set the standards there. I think sports documentaries are a big part of the future. We have our own in-house now, which my team produce, called Together. We've done 2 years of it. We've also filmed last season, which is obviously an epic one. We are in the final stages of that edit, and we're still working on what the distribution plan will be for that. I've seen some of the footage, and it's absolutely extraordinary. It allows you to tell those deeper stories about the players and really get to know them.
Do you think you might use the documentaries then to showcase your history? A lot of the young fans don't know or appreciate Man City's rich history. This is a club that was formed in 1894. So it's been in existence now for well over 125 years. And so that might be something that you might leverage on to educate the modern fan.
Yeah, no, and if you look at our back catalogue of documentary, we've got a lot of stuff from our history. And Erling Haaland might bring people into the club. Obviously, Erling's such a phenomenal footballer, or Kevin De Bruyne, or Jack Grealish. But then people want to know those deeper stories. So going back. But as a club, we really embrace our history. If you walk around the stadium, you see the Colin Bell stand, one of our greatest players from the late 60s, early 70s. You go to the game, you see people. Mike Summerby's there at every single game, who's our club ambassador. Or you look at, but we also get the content to try and tell the story too.
Excellent. We just got about 3 minutes to go, Gav, and enough time for me, I think, to squeeze in 2 questions.
Okay.
One would be, you've got a fairly successful women's team as well. Maybe not as popular as the men's team. Have you found any differences in the way that you create content for the women's team as opposed to the men's teams?
All the same. The principles are exactly the same. So we work really closely with the women's team. They tell us what they like and what they don't like, but we do try to be innovative. So actually, this is the final video I want to show now, which is a proper innovation which we did with the women's team recently around cameras on their bodies to show the training. So if you wouldn't mind playing that final video, please.
Cause girls is players too. Yeah, cause girls is players too. What you know about living on the top? Penthouse suites, looking down on the op. Took her for a test drive, left them on the lot. Cause girls is players too.
Brilliant stuff. And, the women's game is ever growing. We saw the Women's World Cup and how that was a phenomenal success. And, of course, there were several players from Manchester City that were represented at the Women's World Cup. And as we wrap it up, Gav, no football club, no sports institution can live outside of the community in which it exists. Are there any, of course, projects that you've got, any content creation opportunities that are coming out of the communities in which Man City resides, and of course the other football clubs as well reside in?
Yeah, I mean, Man City was born out of the community. It was there to serve the community when it was born in 1894. We have a foundation called City in the Community, or CITC as we call it, which was created in 1986. And that has grown and grown and pervades through the whole business. I'm sure any of you, when you joined the business you joined, you do the induction program, you see the finance, you see HR, you see marketing. At Man City, we do all those things, but also you get the CITC presentation. And it's really emotional thing to see, because it sees the impact that football and the impact that Manchester City has on the local community around where the Etihad Stadium is, but also globally as well, because we work across certain cities across the globe. So it's a massive part of what we do. The players really lean into it because they're told the same story as soon as they join the club, and it's something which impacts us all, and it's very, very important to us as a club and as a business.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Gavin Johnson, he is the Group Media Director at City Football Group. Let's give him a round of applause for those insightful thoughts around content creation in the world of sport. I thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Gavin. مدودها. Mike مدودها.
No, we continue this sessions that today we move to the sport element, where the UAE capital has become a Mecca for many events, more sport events. And today this sessions deals with the sport events and media. This event is moderated by Karim Madruti, Senior Presenter Abu Dhabi Sport TV, and we host His Excellency Arif Al-Awani, General Secretary Abu Dhabi Sport Council, Christopher Mark, Head of Sports, Arabian Radio Network, Mike Davis, CSM Sport and Entertainment Media East, UAE, and Anthony Madrason, Head of the Editorial, the International Support Signal of the Tour de France. Karim, the floor is yours.
موسى السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Musa. Peace be upon you all, ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests. In the beginning, I would like to thank all of the organizers to provide me this experience to be the moderator of this panel discussion. Hopefully it will please you all. And of course, I'm very happy to see a lot of sports faces from my colleagues, the journalists, as well as the UAE Jiu-Jitsu team. We've been working on we've actually been seeing the championship that has been held here in the UAE. We're speaking about sports events and the role of media and its impact in spreading and supporting and marketing for sports events. In the outset, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome my dear guests here in this session. I would like to start with Mr. Mike Davies, CSM Sports and Entertainment Middle East. Mike is always existing partner in a number of sports events as one of the sport events organizers. Mike, welcome to this session. His voice is well known. Whenever we listen to bicycle races across the world over years, you can see immediately and know immediately who is the commentator, even if you don't know the name. Also, the fans of bike races are even more attached to such events through his captivating voice. His name is Anthony McCrossan, head of editorial.
What a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at such a fantastic conference, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
تحدثنا عن الأصوات المميزة.
We've spoken about distinguished audios or voices. He also has a very distinguished voice in conducting conversations and presenting sessions. My colleague, the journalist, Reese McCarty. Welcome, Reese, in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for turning out this afternoon. A real pleasure for me to be here, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to what I'm sure will be a very engaging panel over the course of the next 25 minutes or so.
عرفته محبا للرياضة.
I know him as a fan enthusiast, a sport enthusiast, as well as an athlete. His Excellency Al-Awani, General Secretary of Abu Dhabi Sports Council. Since we are speaking about sports events and sports championships held in the UAE, specifically in the capital, Abu Dhabi. Arif, welcome. 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 Thank you, Kareem, and I'd like to welcome all of the attendees and our dear guests from the media industry, as well as the sports champions in the region and also globally, and everyone working here in the. Of course, you have your own fantastic achievements along with you, Kareem. You all have participated greatly in various events, and welcome everyone. I hope that we'll all benefit and that this session will be up to the level of the audience expectations. Thank you very much, and let's start then with the panel discussion about sports events in the capital, Abu Dhabi. Let's watch this short video and then come back to start the conversation with my dear guests.
نرحب بكم ونحييكم في دار زايد.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a video that states the importance of sports as well as the sports events that has been held here in the UAE, here in the capital, Abu Dhabi. Therefore, I would like to note on the outset of this session in the Global Congress, Media Congress, that today we are celebrating the Global Tolerance Day, as the UAE and Abu Dhabi, as always, have been known as being the home of tolerance. We'll start it with Arif Al-Awani, Secretary General of Abu Dhabi Sports Council. When you live in the UAE in general, and here in the capital, Abu Dhabi, you can actually practice your favorite sport, as well as keeping up with the international events, not just to travel, but also to watch your own favorite stars in the UFC, in the NBA, the basketball, in football, FIFA World Cup, the World Cup that has been held here 2 years ago, also all of the friendly matches. Arif, I believe that sports is an integral part of the pulse of the life here in the UAE for the society, specifically in the capital, Abu Dhabi. That is true, Karim. As for the capital, Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, the importance of sports events in general, sports in general, is specifically important. That is derived from the belief of our wide leadership and continuous support from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed for sports. He's a role model and also providing us with guidance. We can see, and if you've seen in the video, that His Highness has always been present in a number of events, for example, the Special Olympics, as well as the activities accompanying the events. As you can see, the champions of Jiu-Jitsu, and you can see the international movement of Jiu-Jitsu working towards being a popular game in the UAE or a popular sport in the UAE. That was under the direction of His Highness, the President of the UAE. Also, you can see cycling as one of the most important sports in the UAE. Started 12 years ago. It's also providing us as he's also a role model in actively participating in the sport. And ever 12 years ago started, and today we are hosting international events from Tier 1 for Tawaf al-Emirat or Tawaf al-Emirat female competition, in addition to a number of social events. Of course, this is helping the direction in the society to practice sports. We can see, along with His Highness, a number of the ministers, the leaders, they're all supporting the sports movement. Today, if we have a sports event or a social inclusion event, you'd find them always there, their highnesses and the leaders. You can see for example, His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Zayed has been witnessing a number of sports events, and he's always supporting the athletes as well as the organizers. Therefore, we have a government belief in the importance of sports events to spread and disseminate the important messages emanating from sports. And of course, media plays the most important part in this element to transfer it to the fans and the audience in general across the world. Therefore, Abu Dhabi will always continue to support international events, believing that media, specifically sports media, plays a very important role in disseminating such important messages emanating from sports. Today, you said that we're celebrating tolerance. Tolerance in 2019 was the most vivid characteristic in the Special Olympics, and we can see after the Special Olympics, we can see how much people of determination are integrated in our society, their presence, and we have also tailored, special-made events for them. And you can see there's no sport event that does not include the people of determination. That is, of course, is immense or is rooted in our belief in sports events and the role of sports. That is, of course, a very important thing, which is the promotion of sports events as the role of media. When he was a young boy, he loved football in Scotland. His home, where he grew up, he loved Motherwell. until he moved from Scotland to England, specifically Southampton. Ever since, probably you started a new story with cycling or bicycles competitions. Your very rich career in covering such events. If we look at Tour de France, for example, this is the most famous event for this specific sport. More than 700 million views or fans over the past years in its history. It's, of course, the most covered and on TV, radio, and social media. It's a very important sport event. Of course, you have a special relationship between the actual event and the broadcasting, of course, media coverage. From your perspective, tell us more about that.
The Tour de France is an incredible event to be part of. When you talk about that global audience, it's so. I even find it surprising, even now, when I walk into the Tour de France. So every other bike race in the world you go to is big. But when you walk into the Tour de France, the scale is quite breathtaking, because you walk into the media room and it's as big as this hall. Whereas in normal sporting events, in cycling, the press room is a relatively small hall. So that draws my breath that every time I go to the Tour de France, the impact is huge. As a commentator, it's a privilege to be part of it, because you're part of this global story for 3 weeks where you are telling the stories of these incredible athletes as they travel from wherever we start to generally the finish on the Champs-Élysées. And you go through the waves of what happens in that race. And I think as a commentator, your job is to inform, to educate, to tell stories, and to carry and engage the fans and try and bring them with you. And we were saying before the start, actually, now when you look at the sport of cycling, and the UAE's had a part to play in this, you've got fans who are real, we call them geeks, they're just nerds, they love bikes and all the tech, and they want to know everything about the sport, and they think they know everything about the sport now. And then you have your new fans who are part of it, and the people who've watched cycling for a couple of years, maybe people in the UAE who've loved the UAE tour and got part of the sport within them. And actually then you've got the travel fans. So in the Tour de France, you take everyone on a journey of sport, but you weave in the travel story. And if I don't mention St. Peter's Church in Annecy as we go on that journey, the number of emails I get the next morning is too much to handle. So you tell the travel story. So I think the media, in terms of the Tour de France, is huge. But in terms of the UAE playing the part in that Tour de France, now the UAE is synonymous with the Tour de France. And I've been really impressed. I think the first time we met was 2015 at the Abu Dhabi Tour. And let's face it, when we came to the Abu Dhabi Tour the first time, there was nothing here for bikes, nothing at all. And RF was reminding me of a story I told in the Tour de France last year, where we were talking about the UAE, and of course we talk about Tadej and him trying to win the Tour de France. But for me, the way that the UAE has taken over the Tour de France with the best team, pretty much, has created infrastructure here in the UAE to be part of that, really fulfills that whole thing of, if you can't see it, you can't be it. So I told the story of Hoderia Island because I'd been there and I'd ridden. And now when you come to the UAE as a cycling commentator, or you go to the Tour de France, people want to know, what is the UAE like? Because suddenly they know that Tadej comes here, they know that Mark Cavendish comes here, they know that last time I was here, Cavendish and Zdeněk Stybar were training here. So the role in the media, I think, in carrying that story of a region, the travel, the teams, the infrastructure, takes it to a global stage, and it's fantastic to be part of.
Can I just add to that, because I'm going to predate you in context of cycling. You know, Arif will remember this, Chris, you may, that His Highness, the now President of the UAE, was spotted on Yas Island on the circuit, riding a bike.
With all
it was
the
on the
government
front page
officials.
of the newspapers. The next day, the UAE sold out of bicycles.
Yes.
Wow.
Right? And Arif, you talked about the important role leadership has played in driving this agenda for transformation here, whether it's societal or otherwise. And, you know, the world can learn a huge amount from the leadership here. And Special Olympics, which Arif mentioned earlier, and International Day of Tolerance today. As you see my socks, some people typically go, why are you wearing odd socks? I am organised, I promise you. But it's to recognise the differences in society. And I wear odd socks every day because my middle daughter has Down syndrome. And for us, every day is an international day of differences, and it's important to celebrate it. But Special Olympics, you know, 2019, an extraordinary moment in time for this country where, you know, I think a lot of people have compared or asking me about COP28 and, you know, what's it going to do for the country. I inherently believe it will have a similar and profound effect towards sustainability that Special Olympics had in context of inclusion. That, you know, the leadership embraced this important dynamic of making Abu Dhabi and the UAE a more inclusive society, and they led by example, and the country has followed, and it is a fundamentally different place in context of inclusion. And an event like the Special Olympics World Games enabled Abu Dhabi, the UAE, to go on that journey.
Mike, واصل معك في هذا.
Mike, in your event, you're also, of course, Wasa, your company is organizing sports events. So in what way do you deal with your partners to guarantee an apt media coverage for all of these sports events?
I'm under a bit of pressure at the moment because my current chairman, Lord Sebastian Coe, organised a certain event called the London Olympics, and my new chairman and CEO, who's Casey Wasserman, is organising the LA Olympics. So no pressure on us. Look, our role and our relationship with the media is critical, right? Absolutely critical. The media absolutely drives the agenda and the narrative by which we're trying to convey, whether it's a major or mega event such as Olympic Games or anything down to a major event or community event for Abu Dhabi. You know, that relationship, like anything in business, right, is built around trust. And if you have trust, then you can go on a journey with one another. And if you erode that trust, then the dynamics change. But you know, we have an obligation, a responsibility as a business to build those relationships with the media. We have great relationships regionally and globally. And our role is to try and create the product and platform and the narrative that enables the media to tell those stories, right? And so we are absolutely joined at the hip on that to ensure that we're trying to drive the objectives by which those events are representing, whether it's commercial or whether it's societal or whether it's both in between.
مباشرة نمر إلى كريس ماكهاردي الزميل الصحفي.
We move then to Chris McCarthy, who is head of Sports Arabian Radio Network in the UAE. Chris, from your participation in a number of events and covering a number of sports events, what's your opinion in the trajectory of sports events held here in the UAE and in the capital, the UAE, as well as the size of media coverage of such events?
Well, I think it's kind of twofold, the answer to this question. I think a lot of people in this room will reside here in the United Arab Emirates, maybe reside here in Abu Dhabi. I've been here 13 years, and I've spoken to Arif, I've spoken to Mike and Anthony today about this. The growth of this country from hosting sporting events, it's night and day from when I first arrived here. You just have to look at the breadth of sporting events that are hosted. You know, I've gone on record as saying I think Abu Dhabi now has a genuine case to be the capital of sport anywhere on the planet. You have to look at, you know, certainly in recent times, the NBA coming online here at the Etihad Arena, UFC now. I think Dana White, the UFC president, has gone on record as saying, you know, Abu Dhabi is now the home away from home for UFC. the UE Tour, as Anthony has already alluded to, and a litany of other events. For goodness sake, we've got the Etihad Airways Formula One Abu Dhabi Grand Prix in a matter of 10 days' time or so. So from a sporting standpoint, I don't think anyone is quite doing it like the United Arab Emirates and Abu Dhabi. As for the role that the media plays, you know, I've talked a lot about the importance of that, because there's an old saying, build it and they will come. And I've always kind of railed against that, because that's not necessarily the truth. And I guess because Abu Dhabi Sports Council and all of these different stakeholders have made a rod for their own back, because there are so many sporting events, it's absolutely vital that they communicate with the media to get that message out. It's very important that, you know, individuals, spectators know about these events. They know where they can get the tickets. They know when these events are taking place. And, you know, we are custodians of storytelling. You know, Anthony touched upon it. It is vitally important that we tell the story of these events. And there's a couple of themes that have already been touched on today. You know, Mike's talked about tolerance and inclusivity. And I think that's the key word in all of this. You know, these sports, it's not good enough today that you just bring a sport into the country and hope people will arrive. Inclusivity is a key part of that. You know, and I look at something like Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship, the golfing event. It's been a trailblazer, and I mean that sincerely, not just here in the United Arab Emirates, I feel regionally as well, because the event transcends the sport of golf. There's a lot of people who come through that gate will not watch a single golf shot be hit. They are there to socialize with friends. They are there to be a part of something greater than the sport of golf. And I think an awful lot of sporting entities have learnt an awful lot from the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. And it's my job and the job of the media to tell that story, to ensure that mums, dads, men, women, children, you know, elderly, know that they are welcomed, that they are inclusive in these events. They are welcome to these events. And you know, I've said it before, and I will continue to repeat this. You know, Abu Dhabi is doing one heck of a job in promoting all of those, you know, all of those things.
بكل تأكيد كل عشاق الرياضة بإمكانهم أن يعيشوا على وقت.
Definitely all sports lovers can actually witness within every day or every week or 10 days, you'll find a sports event here held in Abu Dhabi, in the capital. One more time, Arif Al-Awani, Secretary General of Abu Dhabi Sports Council. The role of technology today in promoting sports events, and how much do you care through organizing sports events to take part in such new platforms? Thank you very much, Kareem, for the question. It is extremely important for any product, for any event or a sports club or a competition. They need to make or completely understand that they are there to deliver what they are doing to the community, whether that the fans or the society, whether they are practitioners of or people who are participating in the mass participation events or in the championships that aim at promoting the country, whether touristically or socially. For example, the qualitative leap that happened in changing concepts in the Special Olympics when it was held in 2019. It held a very strong message supported by our leadership, by the country, to have inclusivity. As Mike has mentioned today, previously, when someone was celebrating Down syndrome, or we would maybe say that this is to be kept in their minds. For example, some people would be shy or don't want to have them out of their homes. But after, some people may be a little bit embarrassed to have people or children with Down syndrome. But the understanding from the leadership part has been transformed towards organizing the Special Olympics in the UAE. And of course, the huge support that we have received from the media with all of its aspects and sectors in the understanding part and knowing this important message of holding such Olympics is now moving towards having all of the homes that have those champions of determination as being part and members of their families. Everyone is proud of them. The understanding is different. The concept is different now. So we now, as you can see, Mike actually told me this a while ago, to wear different or odd socks to celebrate this difference, or to celebrate differences is now a normal thing. So they are now, my friends, that we all, and my friends in the council as well, we celebrate this. We wear odd socks to celebrate differences and to celebrate any type of mental disabilities, whether Down syndrome or otherwise, because they are very distinguished people. We have one of the People of Determination champions who has been he's playing instruments that are breathtaking. Whenever he plays the piano, he is an amazing performer. He is talented in this regard. He can do things we can never do. We have champions in various sectors. For example, we have a champion called Hamda. In the Special Olympics, she also participates in Paralympics. We have also another champion, which is her mom. Today, media focuses on the fact that we need to honor the mothers of these champions, because she is also another champion supporting Hamda, the champion. Therefore, media plays an extremely important role. The other part of the question, which is the importance of the change happening in media, I am convinced for a while now. I've been working with Abu Dhabi Media and other media institutions in the UAE. In my opinion, media is an integral part in the success of any project, whether it's an economic project, political project, let alone sports projects, where we worked directly with people. Today, thanks to the media, we have actually heard about Tour de France, for example, not just the UAE and the tour, but actually the Hadithiyat Island from Tour de France. How did that happen? That happened because of a team, a media team representing Abu Dhabi through champions who participate. For example, Tadej Pogačar, who, of course, won here before Tour de France. So this is extremely important, from having a coherent, cohesive community, believing in tolerance. We have this result. So today we have with us Chris, we have Anthony coming in and out, we have Mike living with us here for years in our country. We have also Karim, you've been with us for a while. So therefore, we need to be believers as media individuals and media representatives. If they do not understand the nature of the UAE community from coherence, coexistence, you will not be able to transfer such image in such events. For example, social events who play a very important role in these concepts, the tolerance concept. If you remember, for example, you were with us with the Jiu-Jitsu champions. Their beginning was tough. It was very hard to find jiu-jitsu enthusiasts now. But today, you'll find all parents happy to have their kids learn jiu-jitsu. They know now it's not just about someone surpassing the other. I'm one of them, by the way. Karim says I'm one of them. So one of the concepts that we have is discipline, self-respect, and mutual respect. So you always see in jiu-jitsu that either you win or lose, you always salute each other, you always cooperate with each other. So today, this sport teaches such principles, these values. So you will find no sport basically celebrating selfish winning or only celebrating yourself. No, you actually will be taught to hold your head high even when you lose. And all of these messages are going to be delivered only through media. Therefore, media is extremely important. This transformation is a natural thing. Change is a natural thing. Previously, we used to only have the traditional media printed and probably TV and radio. Now we move from just having newspapers to have radio, TV, and so on and so forth. All that is here, yet it's also developing internally and externally. Therefore, we need, because we have now, each smartphone could be a media outlet if they have a creator behind it. It could be a weapon if the person behind it has malintention or wants to deliver a bad image. But we need to focus on the good thing. We need to focus on media individuals who know how distinguished their role is. Those are going to go on. Those are the ones who are going to continue delivering such important sports messages to the members of the community. So therefore, media in all its forms is extremely important. Development and evolution is super important. As you know, we've seen the qualitative leap from the digital world. Before we moved to social media, digital media actually flashed in a second, from following the internet news to the websites. As the companies are starting to adjust and modify their websites on digital media, now we're moving on to a new tool, which is social media with all its components and platforms. Abu Hamid just spoke about social media, about technology and applications. So Abu Dhabi 360 apps through which you can cope and follow all of the sports events. You can actually practice sports. Such apps are, for example, we'll watch through this video and learn more about this and come back to this panel discussion.
Abu Dhabi 360, you can take part in those events and align and join all those sport activities, those activities being organized in Abu Dhabi through this app. Again, I go back to Anthony, and UAE Tours has become one of the best events in the sport, one crucial event for the spikes. What do you think about the sport coverage for this particular event, particularly that UAE is taking a strong leap to host this event and to support this sport and to host this sport in 2020 in the next event?
I think if you looked before the UAE tour happened and you looked in this region, cycle races in this region outside of the UAE itself were actually pretty low-key. There was no media attached to them. You might get the odd journalist who happened to go there to interview a rider at the beginning of the season. And when the Abu Dhabi tour and Dubai tour started and then evolved into the UAE tour, I think everyone took a great deal of notice, because actually the media plan around television and around social media has been of a level that has made everyone realize that you have to step your game up. And that's not just me saying that because I'm here, that's fact. Because suddenly, I remember after the first UAE tour, being back in Europe and people saying, "Did you see the coverage?" And I know, because I've been asked by certain organizations about how many helicopters did they have on the UAE tour? How did they manage to show the UAE the way they did? How many journalists were there? How many cameras did they have? How long was the coverage in the UAE? So I think in terms of television coverage and the travel log around the UAE, it's exemplary. The social media is fantastic. And I just want to pick up on a point you just made earlier. There is that statement of you build it and they will come. And I think the UAE tour's got to that level where people from the outside actually want to come here at the beginning of the season, because I see fans from the UK, from Belgium, from the Netherlands who come to us at the start of the race. But I do think then you have to evolve a little bit further, and that involves the tolerance and the inspiration and everything, going into schools and bringing the kids to the start, really starting to take what's being created, which is so great already, and inspiring more and more youngsters to take part in the sport and to go to Hadera Island and try riding a bike for the first time. Because at some point, I hope that, I don't know how long it's going to take, we will see a rider on the start of the Tour de France start line who potentially will win the best young rider jersey or the King of the Mountains or win the race overall, either in the men's or the women's race, because let's not forget the women's race last year, the engagement of those riders to your community I thought was exemplary. I thought it was fantastic, and I think that the women's UAE Tour has got real legs to be the tour that people look at in the world.
Can I just add to that, you know, that productization of, in this instance, cycling, you know, no longer is just the spectacle and the live appointment of you what it is about, right? You build around that. You've got to profile the jeopardy, you've got to profile the rivalry, you've got to profile the human interest stories, the ability to learn, the choice of how and when to engage, and get that right. We've seen it with cycling and Unchained, an amazing series. We've seen it with F1 and Drive to Survive and others. Then your audience bases grow, your commercial opportunities grow, and therefore the sport grows. And it's about piecing that piece together, and coming back to the point on media, obviously a hugely important stakeholder.
That's
just
great.
To pick up on one thing that Arif said earlier, which was all around the fact that I talked about Huderi Island. I know I keep coming back to it because I remember you messaging me and saying thank you, but why did that happen? Let's just remember that it doesn't matter whether it's football or hockey or basketball, cycling is a bit unique. We have 6 hours a day to fill. So we are looking for stories. And don't forget that as journalists or commentators or whatever, we are looking for your stories. We want to tell them. Yes. So don't be afraid to put the story forward, because ultimately at some point in the middle of France, going through a nice flat road, I might talk about the UAE for 5 minutes.
That's great. We have just 2 minutes left. عارف ماذا عن ممارسة الرياضة في أبو ظبي من خلال هذه؟
What about the apps and practicing this? What about practicing sport via app? This app talks about itself. We've been thinking about having an app that serves everyone in terms of providing the crucial elements that through which any individual can scan the app and find out sport events. But because there are other apps that are not reliable, therefore we decided to set up our own app. We have 46 applicants or participants or subscribers in this app. This app provides you very crucial elements. Just to give you in a nutshell, because we are running out of time. Chris? Yeah. I would like to wrap up for 2 years. For 2 years, the world wants to recover from the COVID. You faced and you had interview with giants in sport, Cristiano Ronaldo, Anthony Joshua. The world was looking at the sport events for the Expo in Dubai in 2020. It was held in 2020. That the UAE is on the right path to recover from the COVID.
Kareem, I think you've got to say the United Arab Emirates and specifically Abu Dhabi were the leaders in that in a lot of ways, and we all suffered through that pandemic in different ways. I actually think this country, this Emirate of Abu Dhabi, has come out the other side far better than when it went into that pandemic. You know, you look at, and again I've referenced UFC, Fight Island came out of COVID. You know, when a lot of countries, a lot of entities were shying away from the problems, Abu Dhabi stuck their head above the parapet and said, we are willing to take the risk, we'll welcome you in, and Fight Island was a huge success. Dana White has gone on record as saying that, and I think ultimately, I think a lot of learnings have come out of the pandemic. You know, we often talk in our world about if you stand still, you're actually going backwards. The United Arab Emirates and Abu Dhabi haven't done that. I look at the Etihad Arena, which has come online in the last kind of 18 months or so. Look at what that's done for sport here in the Emirate. I referenced NBA and UFC. Certainly from a UFC perspective, I actually caught up with Dana when he was over. That was a sold-out event with inside 48 hours. And of course, we, the media, play a part in that. We disseminate the information. But that tells me that Abu Dhabi, with UFC, are doing something right. The NBA was a huge success. As Anthony has already alluded to, the UE Tour has been a huge success. So clearly we're doing something right. And I think that's to the leadership and to Arif and his team.
ممكن أضيف لها شيء.
I may add, you might have seen over the last 3 years the number of events that we've held, and this is after the pandemic though, but we should not forget, during the pandemic itself, you may remember that it was a start. For 2 minutes, please. The beginning of the pandemic, Abu Dhabi, the UAE used to be the leader in taking a stance in terms of stopping sports, where we stopped so many so many events like the race. So we received so many criticisms, but we dealt with it strategically. Whether we have companies, teams, and players, we managed to convey a very good image. Thanks to the entity of dealing with crisis, it was a very critical and difficult time for us to stop an international event because of the COVID. Even the international federation, however, we laid the foundation on how to deal with the COVID and how to deal with the sport events in the light of the COVID. So we supported other countries. I'm talking about the UAE governments that supported other countries to all over the world. We helped other countries to transport or transfer passengers, those people who were at the mercy of those people who cannot travel between countries because of the COVID. So the UAE took the lead and helped those passengers. So everyone was talking about Tokyo Olympiad. We told them this Tokyo Olympiad during COVID is not the right time. It's not a good event. So we coordinated with the federations. After 3 months or 4 months, we hosted IBL to help UAE helped India to host the biggest cricket event ever, which is in line with Champion League. We hosted cricket championship to support from UAE to the cricket federation, because that championship was very crucial. So during the recovery was done through an approach by the government to support others and to support other countries. So we need to mention that. That today sport or media sport today played a crucial role with regard to countries. The UAE has the conviction of the importance of tolerance and the importance of helping others in all aspects. People, when they're at ease, they may not have a problem, but when you are going through a very stressful situation, that is the moment where we either can help others or not. And this indicates the nature of our leadership. So whoever hosts events, that UAE's ability to host events and the media's ability to convey the message is also important. Sorry. Thank you for your excellence. Thanks for your clarification. Ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up and conclude this session. Sports and media, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you to Chris Mackay. Thanks to Mike Day. Now the floor to Musa, my dear colleague. It has been a wonderful sport event. As usual, you and your guests, particularly Mr. Karim, the senior president of Abu Dhabi Sport. So unfortunately, you don't have enough time. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. To the second session, ladies and gentlemen, till lately, women's presence at sport events was very humble. However, at the women's representation has increased lately, but still it doesn't reflect the true representation of women, as particularly in sport media. Women's role in the press and the sport media is the subject of our session, which is moderated by Soja Sishtu, and we host Luciano Mariano, first female soccer narrator in Brazil, from ESPN from Brazil.
Introducing us. Ladies and gentlemen, well, I hope not everybody's going to leave the room, right? Because two females are going to be talking about sports. I hope it's interesting enough for you to stay with us. Let me introduce ourselves again in English as well. We have a fantastic lady here with me, Luciana Mariano. Please give a round of applause to her. She is the very first female commentator on football in the home of football in Brazil for ESPN, which is, I think, a great step forward in this sport. So congratulations again, Luciana.
Thank
this
you
is a
very
fantastic achievement. So what is going to happen now? We got, as I can see, not too long time to talk about sports and sport journalism. Also, let me introduce myself. I'm also a sport journalist for more than,
I will say something like
about
you.
three decades by now. I was an Olympic gymnast. I was a finalist in gymnastics and artistic gymnastics in 1988 at the Seoul Olympics, finishing in the 8th place. So that was basically the basis of my sport journalistic career. And then later on, of course, I studied this area, and I also studied law. I have a doctorate in law. I'm specialized in sports law. I did my master's degree in sports law, but always that I was really interested in is basically broadcasting. So I had a chance to become the first female on TV in my home country in Hungary in sports. Of course, back in 1992, you can imagine how awkward that was on screen and what kind of comments I got back then. Of course, there was no social media back then, so what happened was basically I got this anonymous letters to the editorial office. What is this woman doing on TV? I mean, how can you even let her talk about sports, especially about football results?
Yeah.
I mean, this is outrageous. So that's basically where I started my career. Of course, coming from competitive gymnastics was a little bit easier, but they said, okay, stay with gymnastics, don't talk about anything else. So that was not easy. 6 years later, in the Football World Cup, in 1998, but it was in France. I was the main commentator, not the commentator, the presenter in the studio. So there was a big, I would say, jump in that 6 years.
And there is something really interesting. So, assalamu alaikum, good afternoon for everyone. There is something really interesting. We, as women, we start as a presenter. After that, reporters, producers, and finally the commentators, and finally the narrators. What does that mean? I mean that one whose screen goes. Because sometimes when I said, people who ask me, what you did, I scream goes. Yes. Like every man in the whole world. So it's important to understand this timeline because, first of all, this way, there's too much saying about it's not a fight, but about our way.
Of course.
Why is that?
How did you actually start? Because it seemed to be that you had, as I've heard, a female mentor who was basically recognizing your talent and helping you that you should do this because you have a great voice. I mean, if you was now, I would ask you to say a goal in Portuguese, and I think everybody would probably just run out because you have a fantastic voice for doing that. So how would you do that? How would you say goal?
Right here, right now?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Please do it.
Did you like to hear?
Yeah. I would love to.
I think it's a little bit less awkward when we hear with the guys or girls playing
Actually
around.
playing, yeah,
Yes.
But I've listened to, I actually had the chance to listen to your commentary, and it was so lively, so full of energy, you know, the kind of, I would say, Brazilian way, you know, that you're really into football. This is something that is as emotional thing for you, and of course, you have to have the certain knowledge. Without knowledge, it's
full
impossible.
of these feelings inside. And sometimes we have to do the Premier League, the La Liga for women, for men, not just for women. And so it's hard to us because the men, they had the history. Oh, I saw this, I was there, because they have like, you know, 60, 70 years, and we start very, very, very older. I start with 16. I do not play football. I was terrible. That's why I pick up the phone and the microphone to do it. But for us today,
they usually say if you are not able to do it, then it's better that you talk about it. So
yes,
that's what happened. Okay.
I just want to be here, and and a guy who works to radio in my city, he came with me and towards me and said, "Do you want to work at the radio?" I say, "Yes, of course." And I think 2 weeks later, we had a problem with one professional, and he said, "It's okay for you, go to the pitch." And I say,
"Why not?
Of course,
Why
I'm
not?
ready to do it." But inside,
you were trembling, I suppose.
Yes,
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure. And when I get away from the pitch with, I don't know, maybe 20, 30,000 people there, they look at me as a, I don't know, as a
UFO, maybe something. You know,
what is this?
What is this? I mean, what is she doing there?
Is a child here? And now in Brazil, everyone knows me. Everyone knows my job.
Yeah, but Luciana, but how was this kind of process to convince people about your abilities, that you're good enough, that you know what you're talking about, that your voice is credible enough to do football? Because that's exactly what I had to go through as an experience, you know, that it took years and years, and I had to really bear difficulties of being bullied, you know, that your voice is not credible, a woman should not talk about football, a woman should not, you know, interfere in this field.
Yeah.
So what was the way, because we are here especially to encourage young females to say that this is a fantastic career, and we do believe that this is not something awkward, this is something where we would like to reach out and help other female, young, talented, you know, people to aspire themselves and to do this.
I think the first thing is ask yourself, because I didn't look that as an option, because my mom, my dad, nobody says to me, you know, maybe you can do something, because there was no one who done exactly what I do.
Right.
So
you were a pioneer, absolutely the first one to do that. So that you really had to be brave enough to be able to do that.
Really brave, because sometimes you have fear, and that's okay to be feared, to make mistakes in initial times. As the man, it's exactly the same way.
Okay, of course, everyone makes mistakes, but how is it considered when a woman makes a mistake compared to when a man?
It's like a microscopy, like this, to find your your mistakes.
So that also means that to be a woman in this field, you always have to be really prepared, right? I mean, that was, for me, that was one of my,
emotional
something that I always, found as a, let's say, solution to really have the knowledge, especially when I'm working live TV programs, radio. You have to have much more information handy than actually you will
working
use during
2 times more.
Right.
More days, more everything. When I study a game, who plays, like I saw Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and this.
By the way,
yes.
Who is your favorite, Ronaldo or Messi? Maybe Neymar?
Oh my, this is really hard. I love you both.
Okay.
Because both are incredible in this side. So it's.
No, you're diplomatic. That's good.
De Bruyne is also a very, very good player.
Right.
So, both. But when I'm talking about this, or when I scream goal of them, the men that surround me look at me like this.
What is this woman talking about? I mean, yeah, of course, that was a goal. So she's
goal
just,
is goal.
yes,
So
yes.
it's pretty. It's funny, It's funny.
Definitely something that I would like to suggest also to young female who aspire to be a sport journalist. That as you say, to be brave, it's very important. When I first time entered the Los Angeles Lakers locker room, where actually Magic Johnson was playing, making an interview with him. When I was first time approaching Carl Lewis, the 9-time Olympic champion, or Mark Spitz, the 9-time Olympic champion swimmer, or even back then, Michael Schumacher in Formula One. Of course, I had the butterfly in my stomach.
Yes.
But I always felt, that when you're focusing on basically the athlete and the human, sitting next to you or standing next to you, and you are really, truly interested in the person and the person performance, they will connect. They will feel that this is not some sort of a checklist that, okay, I got this great star and, but I am really interested in the person, in the performance, in the human part of it, how they can come over on their obstacles, how they can, get back from injuries, what's their motivation. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, is those are basically the major values that you use in sports journalism as well. Everyone can talk about that. It's not a matter of gender, whether the question, is forwarded by a man or a woman. I think it's a pure interest. It's a pure curiosity that you can never leave out of this field.
Question more. And for parents, especially, my mom and my dad, they don't have at time money to do nothing. They just send us as 4 kids to the street, and you by yourself, and nobody says to me, "Oh, go to do journalism and go to do sports journalism." No one say that. No one. No. So give a chance for your children. Say something that's, you can be whatever you do, whatever you want. And for girls, for women, it's just not about sports, but everything in the life. Question inside of yourself. I like this. Did I like this? Do I like this? Because I didn't know that I like football.
Mm-hmm. So you had to actually realize that this is something that is really in your interest, something that you really enjoy doing, right?
Yes, and I have really, I think there is a universe or God, something that helped me, because alone I will never do this.
Absolutely.
To discover this.
Yes, I mean, this is the, it's like learning by doing a little bit, that you're not just learning it, but you actually learn about yourself and your comfort within this field. I had a chance to work as a sport journalist on 7 Olympic Games and more than 100 international sporting events, gymnastics, figure skating, whatsoever.
As athlete, how many years?
More than 100 actually, a lot. But I've been working in this field for more than 3 decades by now. What I would like to say this time is that I also feel the need to reach out and to help to young females. I'm an elected vice president of the International Sports Press Association, AIPS. You can find me on AIPS website. We are, together with my colleagues, are really focusing on to try to reach out and to help with actual actions. We have conferences empowering women in sports and sports media for several times. AIPS also has established a very important international media award, AIPS Sports Media Award, when from year to year we actually recognize many young talented journalists, professionals, also females, males. So I do believe that there is a real space to engage those who want to do this field. One more question.
Do you hear something?
Yeah?
Do you want to hear something?
Yeah?
Yeah? Just not scream here, you know? But theirs makes sense.
Yeah? What is it? Something? You see? You hear? That's you, right?
Yes.
That's Luciana, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey,
Young and very talented, brave woman. One more thing that we definitely have to talk about, I don't think we have too much time left, but I would like to ask you, because we can see that female athletes, of course, they don't have as much space in news, sports news like men. I have some statistics that less than 10% basically you can find about female and women's sports news globally, which means the other 90% is taken by male. So it's of course very difficult to sort of showcase yourself as an athlete if you're not in sports news as well. This is the same story, you know, that we have less than 10% of female sports journalists globally, worldwide, within this field. Of course, it's very difficult to actually put female on the sports news when in the decision-making positions you don't find too many women. So what I'm asking is, of course, for female athletes, social media is a new platform to be there, to actually showcase themselves. What do you feel about that? Isn't it like a two-edged sword in a way? Because social media is also a way to showcase yourself, and I can see that you're active on Instagram. You're very active. You had a lot of little videos even from this fantastic Abu Dhabi Media Congress. But it is also a platform when people can find you and make bad comments on you, which of course it's never easy to bear for anybody.
We have a big change of everything since 2015, I guess, when the social medias getting better. Of course, we have also some platforms that so much hate, and I, you know, this is for me it's too sad, but I think they will falling, because a showcase, as you said, about ourselves, about our jobs, and more than this, to connect it, especially for women, to connect us in the all around the world. So if we have a girl in Africa, we have a girl in Australia that wants to be a narrator or commentator, we can sharing it.
Absolutely. And then we would like to tell them that there is a space for you, ladies. You can find your voice in sport journalism, like Luciana has found it and like I found it. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for being my partner on this very important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for...
Thank you, Sousa Shishto and Luciano Mariano. أول معلقة لمباريات كرة القدم النسائية.
The first commentator on women's football. We go on the third day of the Global Media Congress. Now we invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to attend a presentation about the future of streaming, digital media, and entertainment, navigating distribution, embracing innovation. It's going to be presented by Khalifa Al-Shamsi, CEO of E and Life. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you all.
Everyone. Grateful to be here in this session, in this global media event, to share with you some of what we're doing at E&. E&, as you know, is in Ittisalat and more. And one of the more things that we're talking about here is media and entertainment. For those who's not familiar with the group, we operate in 16 markets, from the furthest point of Morocco till the east of Pakistan, accommodating a lot of big markets of the region: UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and as I mentioned, Morocco and Pakistan, with so many other countries around that. Our subscriber in these markets about 170 million, which gives us the ability to distribute a lot of means beyond telecommunication, and for this purpose, media. As a technology partner also of the event, I wanted to share with you our thinking when it comes to the future of entertainment streaming and future of media, and how is the evolving sector evolving. A lot of you familiar, either on a personal level or on a business level, of the ever-changing behavior of the users, the business itself. So as you can see, there is a lot of focus right now on regionalization of content and localization of content. This what makes local providers is very strong in the region that they operate in. In our region, whether it is content generated from the region itself or the wider Arab region, makes it extremely important. We've seen also from consumer behavior the change from linear programmed into over-the-top internet-based content. This gives the consumer the ability to pick and choose time-wise and content-wise as it goes along. We've seen a lot of the players also in these industries that they are operating these content focused right now on profitability. So it's gone the days of focusing on number of subscribers, reporting large number of subscribers. It's about business, it's about making money, it's about being profitable. This is something is very critical when it comes to the survival and sustainability of the business itself. And we will talk about also why we are doubling down when it comes to entertainment. What are we seeing the opportunities in the streaming business, in the entertainment business, and how are we leveraging our own asset from technology, platform, and reach for our customer. As you can see, the opportunity for our MENA regions when it comes to video and entertainment revenue, there is a large growth is coming from streaming over-the-top type of a content. Linear is stagnated if it's not declining, and this is what you're seeing it from revenue perspective, which is mainly driven by either subscription, pay TV, or even advertisement, traditional linear advertisement. To the right of the screen, you're seeing what translates the moves that we are doing. So we're believing in our region still have subscription revenues is evolving and growing, but we're also seeing the emergence of AVOD or advertisement funded streaming. At E&, we've taken moves in this space, recently acquiring a majority stake of a streaming provider, and we'll talk about it. And also, we also doubling down on advertisement funded AVOD type of solution, because we believe that the region is now ready to adopt different type of streaming and the demand of the customer. Some would like premium subscription, and others would like to have a free subscription funded by advertisement. I wanted to focus on two big markets, the UAE and Saudi Arabia. And when we scan the markets, survey the markets, look at our own subscribers that we have, as those of you who are residing in the UAE, UAE is the #1 market when it comes to fiber penetration across the world. For the last 6 years, it's been the #1 when it comes to fiber to the homes. That allowed us to be one of the largest market in penetration of IPTVs. So every home connected with fiber, they will have an IPTV. With that comes a lot of insight by virtue of the solution that we are providing to the home and the IPTV, and the knowledge that we have about the interest and behavior of the users. And we've done the study to see what do our viewers like to see across the two big markets and across also the different segments of the two countries, being the local in the UAE and local in Saudis, other Arabs or Asian. I think it's not a surprise that sports comes high priority across all the nationalities, whether it's being fundamentally football or also cricket. Today, we are the home of cricket when it comes to the region because we have all the cricket rights to be distributed across the region. And for football, we also have a lot of football properties and assets. One of the recent one is the Italian league that we acquire, and so many others like golf, rugby, and other type of sport. But also Arabic is extremely important in the UAE and in the Saudi for the local and the Arab communities. And Hollywood definitely cuts across all mix of nationality, and the Bollywood contents fit for their own. So having a lot of the insights to have it allow us to do the intelligence investment across the different titles, IPs, and where to put our money across the different platforms. E&, which is the Ittisalat and more, which is that Salat group before, have different companies, one of which is E&, Life, that focuses on companies that service directly the consumers. So we have a wing of our business that looks after media and entertainment. It's represented by eVision, which is 24 years company, have dealt over the years with the local, regional, and global studios for aggregating content for our customer base across the 22 markets that we are servicing. And also the recent acquisition of Stars Play and the introduction of also the Stars On, which is the AVOD platform that we have launched. This is the focal area when it comes to entertainment. In addition to entertainment, of course, we have FinTech, which is represented by our EN Money, which is focused on growing the financial services beyond traditional players, covering underbanked and unbanked customers. Also, we have done a recent acquisition for another tech giant of the region, the first unicorn of the region, Kareem, and this is for a super app proposition across the key countries of the regions. Continuously, we are evolving also in different tech space, servicing the consumer, and this is something that will continue to evolve. This is what I talked about Stars Play and the majority acquisition they've done along with ADQ. Both companies has acquired the majority stake of Stars Play, operating in 22 markets, along with global company like Lionsgate, Stars, and GE Capital. And when you look at Stars Play today is the #2 of the whole Middle East in terms of viewers. This is a very powerful position because it's proved the point that localization and regional content is very important for the consumer in the markets that we're operating in. So as you can see, Stars Play is ahead of Netflix when it comes to number of subscriptions. That means people who are willing to pay for it, you have a wider base for it. Especially when you look at Arabic-centric markets like UAE, Saudi, Egypt, and so many of the other markets. There is a lot of mix of our content also between Arabic, and this has been strengthening recently by an agreement that we have with Watch It of Egypt, where we complement each other's platform of content related to Stars Play going into Watch It and vice versa for it. We have done a recent bet in own production of content. The last two we have announced, and one of them is already available online, which is the $1 million listings. This is a real estate reality show. It's being produced here in the UAE, covering the UAE real estate markets and showing how unique and attractive this sector is. And it's been aired 2 months ago, and it's available on the platform. It's one of its first of the region focusing on a specific industries. There is another show, as you can see also, whether it's Caboose for are used to hearing the horror type of old stories from the region. It's represented by these stories coming from the UAE, coming from Saudi Arabia, coming from Egypt, and in a creative manner correlating this to the audiences. There is a major also reality show that in production right now as we speak, that's talking about the Italian dream. It's scouting for football, young football stars of the whole Arab region, cuts across between Morocco, Jordan, Saudi, the UAE, in a reality show to pick the best football future stars and give them the opportunity to win going to the Italian league and play. This is a new creative type of show that we are bringing also to the region and trying to be also different than others. As I mentioned, when it comes to sport, we have a lot of sports rights that we're aggregating because we believe in sports. Sport is a priority. We're working with a lot of the players here. The Italian league production and studios, we're working, for example, with the Abu Dhabi Sports Channel. There's a great collaboration because while we have some great assets and capabilities, we know some of the studio production is best to work with some of the leading companies and media company of the region. This goes by the collaboration with Abu Dhabi Sports. Similarly, also other activity that we're collaborating with the wider industry because we're humble. We're not thinking that we can do everything. We have the cash to deploy, but it's great to pick talents and pick partners to complement each other and grow faster. This is our recent announcement. For those coming from other part of the world, have you seen AVOD platform, advertisement funded platform, cuts across different type of content. We believe, knowing the region, knowing the appetite for payment for the users, that not everybody want to be committing to a monthly subscription. So this is why we put together capability to launch a platform, self-developed internally. Again, Stars Play is a company that we own the majority of, and they have technical capability to develop platform, whether it's subscription-based, whether it's advertisement-funded. We created the Stars On, which include different type of content that I can put it free to air, whether it's from channels, what they call it the fast channel, advertisement-funded, or video on demand, but again, free, and it's funded by advertisement. We have to innovate. We cannot just rely on one source of growth and one source of revenue. We have to have as I showed in the graph earlier, there is still growth in the subscription and on demand, but then also a bigger growth when it comes to advertisement funded. And the platform is being launched 1st of November, and it's have a mix between 50 and 100 channels, and we're evolving and adding it as we go along. And similarly on the titles that we have, it's right now as we speak, more ingestion of content is happening to be reaching 30,000 content, from action to comedy, Arabic to English to Turkish to Hollywood and Bollywood. It will be a mix of content that it will attract customers that we have throughout the 22 markets that we're already servicing through our subscription, and will be able also to convert a lot of the people that are not willing to pay to be able to watch as much as they want, and the whole solution sustainability will be done by advertisement. This is not a new model, because we've seen this trend happening throughout the world, from Europe to US to even the Latin America. There is a premium content in the subscription base, and there is a free other type of content, whether it's library content or something that's have exited the premium window. And when you own both type of contents, allows you to also to play and mix. When you have sports, you will be able also to play and mix between the paid and the advertisement funded, and be able to continue the capture and the engagement of the customers. I just want to close by saying, at E&, which is the consumer digital domain of the E&, group, we're doubling down and continue our investment in consumer-driven platform, whether the entertainment with the eVision Stars Play and Stars On, or the other company. But we will continue evolving. I mean, video and TV is one. The music is something that we are looking at. Other activities in gaming, metaverse, and other ones is something that we're going to continue evolving in. My message and my presence here today is to say we don't want to do it alone, because we don't think we have all the capabilities and insights and people and talent. So I'd rather work with partners. Would rather work with local and international broadcaster, media company, advertisement companies. Would like to work with hospitality, regulators also, in order to take advantage of the changes that's happening from technology perspective, from consumer behavior changes, and to grow this line of business together, because we believe media is big, and we have the right to play in this place and have the right to participate with all of you, and being able to service the customer in a better manner moving forward. Thank you very much.
شكرا لسعادة خليفة الشامسي.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Khalifa Shamsi, for such a rich presentation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We wish you enjoy the rest of the sessions of the third day of the Global Media Conference. I would like to note that sessions will resume at 1:50 p.m. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of the last day for Global Media Congress. I would love now. Next panel discussion will be moderated by Alfredo Trevino, founder and CEO of Ada City Partners UK. Our speakers on the sessions are Abdou Gadallah, Head of News, Sky News Arabia, UAE. Maya Manna, Head of RT Arabic, RTTV, UAE.
Your friends.
Dr. Marko Slakov, Chairman of Serbia Business Council, UAE. Welcome to the stage.
Very good. So are we ready to go? Can we start now?
I think so.
I think so, right? So welcome everyone to this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm honored to be hosting this conversation in between these amazing speakers. It's a privilege to be here. As you know, the topic is the future is now, harnessing AI technology-dominated media. What an interesting topic. I like to do like a brief introduction about the topic, and then we're going to start the discussion, all right? So what is to harness? You might wonder. We all know what harness means, right? It means to control, to know, to understand a resource, a force, an element, in order to use its power effectively, right? That's what it is. With AI's pace of evolution and the sheer volume of information that appears daily, harnessing AI may seem daunting, right? Let's rewind for a minute. The AI revolution was well underway before ChatGPT launched about a year ago, but the world changed in a blink when generative AI popped. Suddenly everyone had a ghostwriter, a marketeer, a coder, even a journalist by their side. 2 million developers and 100 million weekly active users later, ChatGPT-4 is still the most capable model out there in the world and can now see, hear, and speak. Over 90% of the Fortune 500 companies use it. And last Monday, OpenAI announced plans to secure further financial backing from its biggest investor, Microsoft, to keep on building more sophisticated models and create artificial and general intelligence as, you know, AI as intelligence as humans. Lots has happened in the last year, indeed, from ChatGPT to Humane, which you might know. It was launched last week and is an AI pin that replaces your phone. Big company CEOs recognize that AI will transform the business, but they remain uncertain as to exactly how. Meanwhile, many smaller companies with less concern about risk smell an opportunity to disrupt. We'll talk about all this in a minute. AI brought benefits for the media to, you know, content recommendation and personalization, content generation, event forecasting, multilingual translation, social media engagement, automation of video production, audience analysis, fact-checking, and verification, and more. But generative AI also brought a lot of new challenges: data protection and copyright issues, for one, and a flood of new pollution poured into an already polluted media environment. And then the big one, hallucinations. Large language models making stuff up. Some of the output, this stuff, that will lead to a doctor, a journalist, a lawyer, or any other professional in a business that cares about accuracy to be fired instantly, right? So bias, unfairness, loss of jobs, reduced editorial oversight, filter bubbles and echo chambers, lack of accountability, loss of human judgment, dependency on technology, and many other challenges that we will talk about. The list of reasons why AI could be considered problematic for the media industry is long. Let's take an opportunity to pause right now for a moment and together with our experts reflect on why does AI matter, where are we as an industry, where are we heading to, and what could we do next to get there, right? So the questions. Some media outlets have already implemented AI technologies for content creation and other purposes, right? So the Washington Post for automated storytelling and content personalization, AP to automate the creation of earnings reports and some sports content, Reuters, BBC for content creation, the New York Times to optimize headlines and recommended articles to readers, CNN, NPR, transcription to do transcription services and content recommendation, Bloomberg, Xinhua introduced an AI-powered virtual news anchor, and many more. So I like to ask the speakers, how is AI technology transforming your organization specifically? Are you experimenting with it? Could you list the tools you use to showcase? Are you developing any proprietary AI, and with what purpose? So what are you doing, Maya?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this session. I think RT has a different experience from any other media outlet because we're not only dealing with AI and how to make it a use or a useful tool for our journalists, but we're also dealing with sanctions and limitations that Russia are under. Therefore, we can't really use Western technology or rely on the Western technology. So we have to come up with our own solutions. Most of the ChatGPT, for example, it's forbidden, it's blocked in Russia. So RT is going that direction. We are creating our own tools, and we figured that AI is not scary. AI could be a good instrument for our journalists. Obviously, in this age when we have so many news pouring in, it's a completely different experience for a journalist. When I started 15 years ago in the newsroom of RT English, I remember we used to have a certain amount of wires, right? Agencies. We understood which agenda do they belong to. We understood which country do they represent, and we could gather information based on those sources. Right now, our journalists are sinking in the amount of information that's pouring in, because with social media, where everyone is a journalist, everyone could be reporting on an important issue, it's really difficult to keep a grasp of the most viral and legitimate narrations on any story. So AI is an important tool to help a journalist to actually gather information, and a journalist is not capable of doing that anymore. So we are thinking about making the life and the work of a journalist easier. So we want to, those time-consuming tasks that the machine could easily execute, we're trying to delegate that to AI and leave the creativity, the analysis, the editorial policy for the human beings, right? So we are in charge of what AI is helping us with.
Absolutely. How about you, Abdu?
Yeah,
what is Sky News doing?
Yeah, in Sky News we have a very great experience on the automation thing. So we started to use the automation system in having the machines and the cameras and all those kind of stuff, and even our bulletins is produced fully automated in the gallery. This means that you can just have less people and use the technology to help you. As Maya said, it's not only the AI will come and cannibalize the journalists in the newsrooms. It is helping them and saving their time and adding value to what they have. For example, now you have the Adobe Premiere thing, that editing and tool that is editing videos, and instead of having and spending 6 hours in producing a video, now you can have it in 30 minutes. So the AI is a crucial part of any developed and futuristic newsroom in the region. And Sky News is always heading this and aspiring for adopting these technologies. One, saving time. Two, adding value to the content you have. Three, it's just a tool that it will develop by itself. The machine will learn from the practices you have, and you will learn from the practices of the machine. So this kind of engagement and relationship between you and the machine in the newsroom is the core of the future of the media in the region.
Wonderful. And are you developing any proprietary AI at the moment that you could share?
We have some examples of having, like, I will not say a AI presenter or reporter, but a journalist, AI journalist that we're going to use in the coming few months.
Okay, Marco, how about you? You are coming from a different field of communication, right? So could you explain, so what are you doing?
I'm on the opposite side of communication, actually, as a strategic communication consultant and someone who is dealing with the strategies and with debunking some mythologies, fake news, and disinformation. I'm actually looking at the usage of AI to filter out the data that come to the media outlet. So we can look at this from dichotomous perspective. One perspective is the media perspective of AI usage, and probably plethora of aspects we can debate about from the media angle. Another angle is actually angle of using AI not only to save time, not only to optimize the process, but also to help out to optimize the inputs that journalists can use for its own critical analysis, to analyze more and more data in advance, to take into account the data which normally we should not gather, we should not collect. So it is extremely helpful tool as long as it is used properly and ethically. However, very often we see some biases regarding the usage of AI, but I believe we will have sufficient time to discuss this as well.
And are you, as a chairman of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce,
Business Council, yeah.
Are you seeing SMEs, companies, pioneering services using AI related to information?
Very, very extensively. Yes, it is visible. It's a trend. Somehow I'm under the impression that AI became a buzzword because in no time it changed a lot of things around us. I see how many changes AI brought in my life of a university professor. Starting from introduction of AI detection tools, need for some colleagues, professors who put less emphasis on critical thinking earlier to redesign their exams and so on and so forth. But when it comes to the development, of course, numerous companies embrace the opportunity, because what is shell and core of any small business? Opportunity recognition. If the whole world is turning towards AI, the companies will indeed turn towards AI. And what I see, not only from Serbia, but also from other countries in the world, I can see a strong trend of creating solutions that are used for text-to-speech, speech-to-text, image processing, then data analysis, document collection, fact-checking now. So very, very strong trend is there. And I believe if we are talking about the future, and we are here at Global Media Congress to talk about the future, not about the past, I believe AI will have significant role into those processes without slightest doubt. But, message for the future, before we move on, we should not forget that we are the ones who hold the baton. The baton of AI usage is with us. It cannot prevail and should not prevail human role in preparing content, analyzing content, and critically reflecting to the content that is already set.
Yeah, indeed, because AI-driven algorithms are increasingly responsible for content recommendation and personalization, but consumers are exposed not only to, or mostly to information that aligns with their existing beliefs, right? Potentially hindering diverse perspectives, right?
But let me add one thing, very important thing, because this is a question that everyone in the media industry is asking, that the AI will come and, let us go home. No, This is not true.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly not true. The human factor thing is there all the time. It's just a facilitator. It's just like to make your life easy, to develop the content, the output, but the human factor, the journalists themselves will be there. Let me have an example, very important example here. When the media started in the beginning, it started as print, and then it developed to be radio, and then it developed to be TV, and then we go to the internet. In all this media journey, all over the years, we still have press, we still have radio, we still have TV, and we will have the internet, and the AI will be there. So this is exactly what we're trying to say, that the journalists will be there, but the way they work, the workflow itself will be different. So I'm just trying to reassure the journalists that you have to learn the AI now, or you will be late. But it will not kill you, it will help you.
Sure, we'll talk about that in a minute as well, but you know, AI brings significant benefits to journalism, right? So it's, but arguably the key is to use it responsibly. But that's a big task. So, and we all understand responsibility in a different manner, right? Responsibility and transparency. So I got a, difficult question. Do you think AI systems within a media organization should be reviewed by a third-party independent organization?
In general, there must be legislation, right? Some kind of set of laws that we can agree to understand what are the red lines of the usage of AI. Otherwise, everything we talk about could get out of hand. However, it's a tricky question because right now, the world we live in, we don't even agree on what's a man and a woman. Like the basic things that used to be obvious for all, right now there are two different camps of thought and they cannot agree. So how can we agree on something so complicated as some kind of legislation controlling AI? Here, I guess it will come back to governments. In the first place, it's a position, it's a governmental job to create some kind of rules for each individual country, at least to be followed. And then we go back to the editorial policy, because again, editorial policy has to work within certain laws that are already there, just as it is right now with the current editorial policy. I mean,
Sure.
AI doesn't add anything new. The responsibility is still with the editor.
I guess the media, what we have is a point of view of the world. That's what we call the editorial point of view, right? Therefore, having a third-party independent body to review the systems media, publishers use to produce content. What do you think?
I think this story has two sides. The first side is, yes, third party can go in, which is the government, which is international or global or regional bodies that have the legislation side of the thing. The second part, which should be owned by the media outlet itself. I mean the outcome, the editorial policy, the editorial line that the content you're producing, you will not let any third party to come and say, hey, this is good, or this is bad, because here it's not about AI itself, it's about the journalistic ethics you're having here. So AI doesn't play any role here in this regard. It's your control. You control your own tone or your own narrative or the media policy you have.
And AI-generated content, we're talking about deep fakes, videos, text generation, they raise ethical questions, right? About misinformation, manipulation, and authenticity. How could the media industry proactively address those challenges? What do you think? Abdu, and then we'll move to Marco.
Again, we're talking about the journalism ethics here, if it's coming from AI or not coming from AI. The misinformation is there all the time. The disinformation is there all the time. So you have a content, is there. You should not show it on your platform or on your screen unless you are 100% sure that this is accurate or authentic.
How could you guarantee that?
Yeah, so you can use so many things that can play here the role. One, the tools. You have so many tools based on AI that detect the deep fake, they detect the manipulation in any content or video, and you have also your own the expertise of the journalist himself. So you have the expertise that tell you, no, this is fake, this is not fake, this is true, this is not true. You have the technical side of the thing that you know that this is being manipulated, edited, or or just like misdone. So two parts. You have the tool, and you have also the expertise of the journalist himself.
Okay, Maya, have you got anything to share about
I'm worried about not the third party, I'm worried about the fourth party, because if we're talking about there is an audience, there is a content creator, the government, and then there's a fourth party, which is international organizations that are above the government and everything else, like Facebook and other meta products. They are the biggest controllers of our editorial policy, right? Yeah. Not even our governments, because one day they decided that RT is a fake news media outlet, just all RT in all languages, and in one day we're out of YouTube. There's not one account on YouTube right now where we officially can publish our content. So, I mean, how are they gonna participate in this whole legislation, and who can legislate them, because they seem to be completely outside the law. So that's my question. I don't know what's the answer, and of course I'm judging by our experience. Sure. And our experience shows that the one who owns the terrain is the one who sets the rules. So
what do you think, Marco?
Well, forgive me for a bit of criticism towards the media on this topic, but I believe the challenge here is threefold, actually. We have three angles involved into the story. One angle is the reality of a postmodern society, which is brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. In such society, people nowadays want the information immediately and sensationally, because we are already overloaded by the information. Social media are providing that kind of approach, and some media, not all the media, went into rat race against social media to be faster than social media and more sensational than content on the social media. This is the game in which we are going into deeper and deeper content trivialization, which will end up in the media losing the battle, because you have old American saying, never argue with an idiot, he will bring you to his level and beat you by experience. You have much more content on the social media which will always prevail, because social media user has much less responsibility for public word than the media outlets. So this is one angle. And hence media, what happens? In order to be the first ones, sometimes publish deepfakes, unchecked content, forgetting principles of good journalism before they publish the content. Second angle is right or exclusivity towards the truth. We are having one paradoxical situation which Maya partly described. For example, she is from RT, and she says, my suit is light blue. Factually, most of people can see it is light blue. But I claim, I say, I'm owner of this suit, and no, Maya, you are not right, this is actually red. And everyone sees it is light blue. No, but I claim, because it's my suit, I claim it is red. And then what do? I label Maya as fake news creator, claiming that her right claim is actually fake. This is what happens. So that's second angle. Who can guarantee that right of administrators of social media to label the content as fake will be used ethically? And third angle of the challenge is the fact that technology development is much faster than science, academia, legislators, and decision makers. So deepfakes are getting an edge.
Okay, about that, about technology, how can we ensure accountability in AI-driven media platforms and content? Is there anything that we could do? Because at the end of the day, you know, media are legally responsible for what they publish, right? So when it comes to bias and fairness in AI algorithms, how can we ensure accountability? Is there anything we could do?
I guess we should start with creating, and this is what we at RT are doing. I'm not an expert on the issue to talk worldwide how it is, but at RT we started with verification unit, because before we learn how to use this technology, we need to make some kind of basis for that usage, whatever it is, if it's a translation or automatic subtitling, whatever we create, we need to first be sure that there's the mistakes are minimized. So this is what we are working on. And Abdo, I think, will support me on that the Arabic language is much more complicated than the rest.
Yeah.
Like we see our colleagues.
Yeah.
With English, they can do amazing things right away. Spanish, many other languages. Arabic, so many little complications that it really takes a different approach. Even within RT Arabic is taking its own way, because we realize we just can't keep up with the colleagues. We have to create our own instruments in order to customize the available tools for the language
this
and
is
the
a
region we
very
work with.
big problem, and Maya, for sure, she suffers a lot there, because if there is a tool in English, it will be super easy and just quick like this. If it's in Arabic, it will take a hell of time for her to produce. And also, this is very clear. For example, when you use AI, the ChatGPT or like Bard or any of those ones, the Arabic outcome is not up to the English. It's just far beyond. I don't know if you face this in the Serbian language or...
Same, Arabi wa Serbi, same story.
Yeah.
But that's logical. You need to look from cultural perspective. You have so-called high context and low context cultures. Low context cultures are the cultures which tend to verbalize more. And verbal statement has more meaning than the non-verbal or indirect, even verbally indirect one. So the languages are consequently with less synonyms, with less, let's say, double meanings, with less space for interpretation of what is said. So less contextual, for example, English or German. At the same time, we have languages like Arabic, like Chinese, like even East European languages, Russian, Serbian, Bulgarian, where the context, the same word can have different variations in different contexts. So most of the algorithms developed now are developed basically for low context cultures and languages. And then application of those for high context cultures and languages does not provide sufficient results and does not provide satisfactory feedback. So we cannot rely on this and use it definitely as something what can be done. This is one of the things to be developed in the future. Contextual understanding prior to generating the outputs.
Maya, so do you think trust is at stake, and would you agree that human judgment and human editorial oversight matter today more than ever? Do we need a chief ethics officer, and if so, to do what?
I don't think so. Chief editor in the newsroom is that officer already, right? And each team will have a supervisor, and just as he checks through the text or news that materials that journalists prepare, he would do the same, knowing that the research part, for example, for writing this news was prepared by AI, which means in the beginning, at least, the chief editor or a person responsible for publishing content
Sure.
should be more responsible and looking deeper into
What do you
what's
think,
there.
Abdul?
It adds more responsibility to every journalist in the newsroom, even. So from the beginning, from the beginning of the process of production, it's a responsibility of the journalist to fact check and make sure that it's ethically or even content-wise are correct, and then it goes to the higher level and higher level. But it doesn't matter. This also doesn't matter if it's coming from AI or from any other source. So it doesn't change the core of the ethics of the journalism in the newsrooms.
And what role should government regulations play and policies play in shaping up the use of AI in media? And how can we strike a balance between innovation and responsible use of AI?
Actually, it's the responsibility of more than one party. First of all, it's the responsibility of the social media outlet itself to not let any chaotic content to come and just go fake news, and even the criteria of what is fake news and what is not fake news, what is biased news, what is not biased news. It's also the responsibility of the social media outlet itself. One. Two, the government itself. There should be legal procedures or legislations here and there to prevent hate speech, fake news, and all these kind of stuff. And the responsibility of the media outlet itself to make sure that you verify content that is being used coming from like the social media content. So it's the responsibility of everyone. It's not only the legislations or the legal part of aspect of the thing or the social media outlet responsibility. It's the responsibility of everyone to make sure that the content you're disseminating is accurate and authentic and not a misinformation or even a disinformation.
And Maya, can AI technology play a role in improving media literacy and combating misinformation? And if so, how? What do you think?
Sorry, say again.
Can we use AI to fight misinformation?
Yeah, of course, because AI can easily see the algorithms. What AI does, it analyzes the data and it sees certain patterns. So only AI can detect if a certain content is generated by AI, like the journalist can't do that. So of course that's the main tool, because you have to analyze a lot of data to come to that conclusion. And even so, still, AI could be wrong. And here I wanted to talk about the human factor. As managers, we know that, oh my God, something went wrong. We published something, we used the fake video, now we have to explain, we have to retract the news, like it happens to anyone. And we blame a human factor, that even the most professional journalists sometimes make mistakes. So I ask my guys, I'm like, okay, so now with AI, there'll be no human factor, right? They're like, there will be an AI factor, because there is still, like, there are certain numbers, I'm not an expert, but up to 3-5% of the of a failure that AI produces, even if it analyzes the data that is correct. Like, we're not talking about deep fakes, that it can miss a deep fake. We're talking about AI using with the data, and the outcome still has 3 to 5% probability of it being a fake or incorrect or whatever. So the AI factor replaces the human factor, but there is still a space for mistake with AI or not.
And at the light of shrinking newsrooms, when it comes to efficiency, AI is quite a lovely tool at hand, and is becoming more involved in content creation. What are the new skills that we do need to have in our organizations?
Yeah, then any journalist should adapt to any new technology. So now with the AI tools in the place, fact-checking, editing, creating images, content creation, all these kinds. You have to know these. You have to know these tools. Any journalist now in the future media landscape should have these kind of skills that is related to the AI, and even to know which tool you are using, which tool you are using efficiently.
Sure.
And you know,
but it won't be just about tools, isn't it? So it's you
tools
need
and
to
skills.
ask the right question,
Yeah,
right? So it's
like before, there was like a cameraman, there was like a reporter in the field and a crew. But with the mobile, you have one-man crew. So you have your mobile and you go. And with the AI, so you will not be a cameraman and a reporter. You will be a cameraman, a reporter, an editor, and a researcher, and scriptwriter, and so on. So these kind of skills that every journalist should have in the future.
And do you think, so it's quite a provocative question, when do you think the first AI generated story will win a Pulitzer Prize, or?
Within 5 to 10 years, not now.
Not now.
We still far from getting this.
And how do you see, Maya, how do you see AI technologies and Marco evolving over the next 5 to 10 years? We've got 5 more minutes to go, but over the next 5-10 years, where do you see?
Okay, then let me take this one first. I see more development of the existing technologies. So I see that error margin will be reduced because algorithms are set to learn. So error margin will be reduced definitely. Technology will be more user-friendly in terms of making it more accessible for average person to use. I see it to become more and more technologically advanced to the level where it will completely blur the line between something human-made and AI-made. And this is what scares me a little bit, not in terms of hype we are having around the world about AI replacing jobs and journalists, as we discussed, losing or not losing the jobs for the sake of AI. It scares me for another point. It scares me because AI, still with all these elements, cannot innovate.
Yeah.
It cannot innovate. It cannot go deeper, to reflect deeper.
Isn't that the best thing about AI? Imagine if it could innovate. Like, no, I prefer.
Wait. What scares me is the fact that machine learning and neural networks, especially if faster computing, such as quantum computing and things like this, come at scene in 5 to 10 years, it might start in the direction I'm talking about. Right now, we know that we hold the button, what I told 20 minutes ago. But God give us good life and health to see each other in 5 or 10 years from now, and we'll see.
I agree with Marco. It's freaking. Because the problem is now we are learning from the machine, but later the machine will be learning from us. So this is the problem. So
how, now you're talking about that, how do leaders of media organizations need to prepare for what's coming? And who should be the person leading that journey up to? And then
I still, as Maya said, that the director or the editor-in-chief will be responsible for this. So it will stay under his responsibility. If you would like me, if you'd like to ask if there is a job called AI traffic officer or something like this, not now. It's too early to say this. The problem is we don't know what will happen in the 5 to 10 years because of if we know what will happen for the quantum computing and the quantum physics and all these kind of stuff in the technology and in the media, it's something scary. But still, it's under the patronage and responsibility of the editor-in-chief in the newsroom.
What do you think? Do you agree, Maya?
I would say, well, we already have a department dealing with AI, and you met a person who's heading it. So I'm sure you guys must have someone like that, at least from a technical perspective. Maybe we're not talking about editorial policy, we're talking about how to keep up with all the technology and to make use of it. So in the future, to be honest, I don't share the opinion of my colleagues about newsrooms shrinking, because we come from a small newsroom, and it feels that if part of the job could be taken by machines, then our people could do so much more of a creative work, something that AI cannot do. And preparing for this speech, for this panel, I asked GPT chat, even though I don't know how to use it, but I made an effort. And I asked it, what does it think about replacing journalists? And the response was that AI lacks empathy, creativity, and consciousness to replace journalists in any foreseeable future. And that's the AI answer right now. Let's see what happens in 5-10 years. So I believe that newsrooms maybe won't become bigger. Maybe we could optimize the resources right now. But I feel that there's so much work that human beings can do to complement the technology and the advances that we're getting using those tools, that I don't feel that the role of a journalist is going to decrease anyhow. And I hope that we will be talking in 5-10 years here, not our, I don't know, AI virtual machines.
Hope so.
I'm wrapping
Though
up.
my avatar would look a bit better than myself.
We need to wrap up the conversation. One final question. We start with Marco. Finally, what advice would you give to, in the room we have aspiring journalists and so on, content creators and media professionals? What advice would you give them to harness AI technology to thrive in the media landscape of the future? What would you say to them? Marco, quickly.
Upskill yourselves, follow the technology, learn continuously, but don't rely solely on technology. Your critical thinking is your critical thinking. Your analytical skills are your analytical skills. Don't forget that technology is there to serve you and not you to serve the technology.
Yeah. So my word is just learn, never stop learning, stick to the ethics of journalism, and you journalists are the core of the business.
Awesome.
I would say that we need to take responsibility for AI and remember that if we don't teach AI to take over the world, to kill human beings, if we don't program it into the AI, it won't do that. So, I mean, don't give AI a task that could then exterminate the people you represent.
Sure, yeah. Be challenging, though, I think. Yeah, well, anyway, so AI will one day take away the need to work. That's what Elon Musk said to Rishi Sunak last week at the first AI Safety Summit in the UK. It's going to separate winners from losers, and it's going to truly turbocharge the winners faster than expected, believes Andrew McAfee, which is a digital innovation guru at the MIT Sloan School. A final thought for the leaders in this room. Every leader, institution, and industry must face that future head-on and recognize what is coming and prepare, as we just talked about. And I guess we all agree that our recommendation would be to think about what is it that AI could do better, what is it that you could do better than AI, we could do better, and what is that we could do better together, right? So, as Abdul said, prepare, I mean study it, we need to study it thoroughly, we need to understand it, and we need to plan for it now. So the leaders in the room, we all need to plan properly. And it comes to one single word, which is accelerate, isn't it? Anyway, thank you so much for being part of this amazing panel. And thank you for the audience. We've got a question from the public. I'm not sure we can take questions. Yesterday, there was a few panels who took questions. No, we cannot take questions. Anyway.
It seems someone is there, so I don't think we can take questions.
Okay.
But after the panel, we can talk.
All right. No,
Thank
we
you
cannot
so
take
much.
questions. Or yes.
You want to say something?
Well, if we want to take one question, at least that gentleman seems to be keen to ask. So. Okay.
No
we are told not to take questions, so we can continue the conversation afterwards, all right? Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. What an enriching session. Thank you so much for our respected moderator and speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shio Roperston, Senior Business Editor of London, UK, who will be moderating the session of sustainable revenue models in the digital era, defining a pathway to profitability. Joining her on the stage are Owen Meredith, CEO of News Media Associates UK, Aaron Victaraman, Global Strategy Google News Initiative of USA, Ako Muhammad, CEO of Rodau Media Network of Iraq, Roderick Hornhart, Journalism Integration and Planning Manager of SBT and Head of SBT News of Brazil. Thank you so much and welcome to the stage.
Hi, great to meet you.
Well, good afternoon. Just a quick check hit. That's better, much better. So, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the audience. Thank you for coming along to the panel. To the panel here. The discussion today is at the heart of every organization, news organization around the world, really. Finding a viable, sustainable, and ethical model for the digital era. News organizations around the world face multiple challenges. I think we all agree with that. From delivering high-quality, trusted content to audiences whose habits are changing fast, let's face it, it's hard to keep up. And keeping skills up to date, crucially, for this new age of AI while facing challenging economic times. Now, technology and new platforms, of course, have transformed the way we communicate that you deliver the news and create it. But it's also upended the old business model. And that's at the very heart of the panel today. So what is the future for news organizations and their ability to thrive and for some actually survive? Now, I'd like to welcome our expert panel here. To my left, Owen Meredith, who's a CEO at the News Media Association based in the UK. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm also going to welcome Rodrigo Hornhart, Journalism Integration and Planning Manager of SBT and the head of SBT News in Brazil. Welcome. Over there. Sorry, I'm doing it slightly in a different order, keeping everyone on their toes here. Rodrigo, I've introduced you too early. Now, Ako Mohammed, Chief Executive of Rodau Media Network, based in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
And on the end there, but near enough to hear everything you say, Aaron Venkataraman. Now, you're global strategy, head of global strategy at Google News Initiative in the US, but also running various interesting projects, and we'll hear about that later. I'd like to kick off very much with, I've talked about the challenging economic climate, not just in the UK, around the world. Cost of living, tech sector job cuts, inflation, shrinking advertising. We've seen digital pioneers like BuzzFeed News go bust. Those organizations we once called the future of news, right? Yeah. It's hard. Aaron, I'm going to start with you. You lead strategy at the Google News Initiative. That's really interesting, and you're spearheading research into what makes news sustainable. Today, what are the vital ingredients for financial success in this very challenging backdrop?
Oh, thank you, Chio, and thank you to my fellow panelists and for everyone for attending this conversation. And big thank you to ADNEC for having us here to have this very important conversation on both where the news ecosystem is currently, but some of the challenges and opportunities ahead. I think we, at least at the Google News Initiative, we've, over the course of the last few years, invested quite a bit in industry research partnerships, whether it's the Reuters Digital News Report, a project I've led called the News Sustainability Project, Project Oasis, to understand both the ways in which the publisher ecosystem has been evolving with this ongoing shift to digital, which has now taken place for the past 20 years plus, and then the profound ways in which news consumer behaviors and preferences are starting to change and evolve. And I think when we start off any conversation around the ingredients of publisher sustainability, it has to begin with fulfilling the news information needs of individuals and communities. Are they receiving news information in the formats that they would like, across the topics they're interested in in the languages that they'd prefer to receive that content in at the right level of geographic scope, local, regional, national, international. And the trends that really surface for me looking at the research, and there are trends that are well known to the audience here. We recently commissioned research specific to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt to understand the news consumer market here. 70% of news consumers prefer to receive news primarily over social media. 66% prefer video content on mobile, followed by a preference for short-form text. And it reflects a region in which 54% of individuals are under the age of 30. So they're increasingly mobile first, they're increasingly digital first, they're increasingly video first. And not just, I mean, even Google, we're contending with that profound shift in consumer behaviors because our product suites didn't emerge or were built in that context. And I think certainly news organizations are contending with that reality too. So there is a little bit, I think the biggest challenge is, particularly with younger audiences, how do news organizations adapt to be able to meet consumers increasingly where they are, providing news in the formats that they're interested in. I think from a publisher perspective, I would say in an increasingly noisy information ecosystem, incredibly important to build direct relationships with readers, take readers that you're discovering off your platform, bring them back to your owned and operated property where the monetization opportunities are most significant. Technology stack that helps you build a digital first product, a diversified revenue stream, mix of direct sold advertising, digital consumer revenue if your market affords the opportunity, with additional relationships. But it's really the fundamental challenge of, in a very noisy information ecosystem where information is increasingly commoditized, how do you stand out? How do you become essential to your readers? It has to be more than a transactional exchange of information. You have to become vital to how they see themselves, how they see their evolution as individuals, and how they relate to the civic communities they happen to be a part of. And so I think it's a huge challenge, but one that I feel established news organizations are well positioned to address and grapple. And at least from the perspective of the Google News Initiative, our primary aim and goal is to help news organizations, empower them with the technology and tools that they need as they go on that innovation journey and challenge.
Rodrigo, I'm keen to hear from you next because, of course, social storytelling, social media, it's an important part of Brazil's news diet. What is the sort of ecosystem like at the moment, and what are you seeing in terms of how you survive, what works?
Well, SBT is a legacy company. We have 40 years old as a broadcast TV channel in Brazil. It's a national TV channel. And more or less 10 or 15 years ago, we have started a great cooperation with YouTube in Brazil. All our content was in YouTube, even news content and entertainment content like soap operas. YouTube as a social platform was very important to increase our audience and to get other kind of audience that were not in the TV audience. We start to meet a younger audience and a high qualified audience that's not in the open TV in Brazil. So we start other kind of revenue line using the social platform, and this kind of revenue is not so important than the ads we got in the television, but it's a complementary revenue line to our budget. And of course, we have, beside YouTube, we are in other kinds of social platforms like Facebook, like Quai, TikTok, that's very important now in Brazil. And of course, sometimes you don't have the revenue you need in these platforms, but it's a brand effort to try to get a relation with other kind of audience.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Akko next, because obviously, you know, where you are, you're a smaller player in Kurdistan region of Iraq. The ecosystem with sort of big tech companies dominating the playing field, how does it work for you? Is a smaller fish sort of more vulnerable to the ecosystem? Give us a picture from your region, please.
Shukran. Thank you very much. And the truth, the fact is, in Iraq, in Kurdistan, and the entire region, we benefited from the publishing through the network, through the social media. The digital media evolution helped us to become a very vital part of this world. Our stories reached to the world, and previously we had no stories from our region, but now, in collaboration with media companies all over the world, we are with them. We suffer from the fact that social media and digital media, they dominate and they control production in the locally without any revenue to the local companies. Therefore, this is the problem. This is the main problem that now governments that support their media company, for instance, in the US, for instance, we've heard this week that there was a witness from Google who went to the court, and he said there is an agreement that Google gives one third of its revenue to Apple against this research that was done by the participants at Apple through Safari. This amount is not little, but it's an enormous amount. As the Financial Times, this amount for this year was $18 billion. In Canada, we see a new law issued in Huzairan month about the news on internet. The social media platforms and digital platforms, they should have an agreement with the broadcasting companies in Canada to an agreement to have a share of that revenue. And this is, roughly speaking, annually $250 million US. We also were one of those companies that were not allowed or were blocked. Our pages was blocked on Instagram on the US because Facebook refused that law. But we could see that in Canada, there is a huge amount of applications download that belongs to those Canadian companies, and this is very beneficial to the Canadian companies. But we can't see to this point. We can't see a future for this law and how it could impact the big companies in the world, because now the social media platforms, in terms of revenue, receives a huge amount compared to oil companies. So we have to have a collaboration. This is not to do with the revenue only. It's to do with the ethics of our profession. Because if a company prevents advertisement company from taking this share, that will be they destroy the free media, and this is a big ethical responsibility. Everyone should come to a consensus and agreement about this.
To bring Owen here, because you've mentioned the government's role, regulatory role. It seems it's ever more important now, and you know, it's in discussion in the UK, around the world. What should be done? What are we looking at in terms of regulation and government?
So I think, so from our point of view, we're a representative membership network. We represent about 900 titles, ranging from very small independent local titles through to regional titles and national news brands who are part of, in many cases, multinational corporations. And anyone who's a publisher here understands that there is a hugely economically challenging backdrop to the current environment. We're seeing advertising markets decline in traditional media senses. We're seeing growth, even more growth, in an already dominant digital setting. And I think that presents us all with huge challenges. But I think there is significant opportunity here. And as other panelists have said, social media is now a key access route for people to find and discover quality news. I think it's more important than ever that quality news, trusted news that's editorially controlled, is available in those on those social media platforms. Without that content being available on those platforms, we leave it to a world of disinformation. And I don't think for society, for any society around the world, that is a good outcome. But in order to rebalance that relationship, I think we do need government intervention. We do need legislation to promote competition, and I think competition is a good thing. We've got dominant players in the advertising market. We've got dominant players in the social media market. We need to look at how the relationship between those dominant players and publishers plays out in the long term. In the UK, we are currently passing a digital markets bill which will address these concerns, not specifically to media, but across the entire digital economy, because we have had report after report that demonstrates that there has been essentially a failure of competition and exploitation of dominant positions. But I think it's not just about government solving the problem. We're not, as publishers, as independent media companies, we've never looked to government to say we need support, we need to solve our problems, but here is a market failure that government does need to step into. There's also a responsibility on us as publishers to make sure that we are offering a product that consumers want. In the UK, around 90%, 88% of consumers access news media that's published by my members on a monthly basis. So there is clearly demand, but we need to make sure the UX that we're offering, we need to make sure the product we're offering on mobile, on video, on other platforms is delivering to consumers what they want. And we also need to have a conversation with the customer, be that the reader or the advertiser, because advertisers are increasingly spending money in a sort of predominantly activation-based advertising market that is driving for clicks and immediate return. But if advertisers want to get real value for money, they should be investing in published news environments where actually you have engaged users, you have higher trust, you can build brands confidence and brand awareness for the longer term. So we need to be pushing advertisers to have that debate. We need to be pushing consumers to put their money where their mouth is and pay for news that they want to see, pay for news that is expensive to produce, because if we're putting news reporters into war zones to report on what's happening in the front line in conflicts around the world, if we're spending months or years with investigative reporters looking into specific cases, that is incredibly costly and it needs to be funded. So we need the customer, be that the consumer or the advertiser, to put their money into the environment that's going to fund that journalism going forward.
So we've talked about regulation and advertisers actually coming into the fold and having slightly more collaborative approach to this. And I'm wondering too about sort of how the innovation and how creative we're being. So in tough times, you know, entrepreneurialism often rises. So, I mean, I've read about some really exciting examples of, you know, Deutsche Welle working with community radio stations across Ecuador to develop alternative business models, so cutting dependence on state funding, while generating income from farming and things like that. So it really is taking some really kind of different left field approaches. I'm wondering, Rodrigo, what you've seen, because innovation has to happen too, right? We can't wait for advertisers. Regulation is quite often slow in coming. It's a patchwork around the globe too. Where can innovation help here in terms of finding different business models, whether it's crowdfunding, you know, grants, which we already have?
I think the publishers has to be most creativity and to try to find other ways to have sustainability. We have some projects with Google and Meta that are focused in creating content for that platforms. And of course, we cannot produce content as expensive we produce television with 10 or 20 years ago. We have to be with small teams, small crews, using the technology that sometimes you use a cell phone as a computer, as an editor machine, as a camera, and you have the possibility to send only one people to a war, to be our correspondent in that accompanied the Ukrainian war in the beginning. Sergio Ucci was alone with one mobile phone in Kiev. And maybe, of course, I think one problem is that quality is not so good if you are alone, if you are with a little crew. Sometimes the content, the relevance of the content is how to say is sufficient. The information is so important that you are not getting such quality in the image or in the light or in the photography. So you permit that you can see a footage that is prepared only by one person. But of course, I think the great problem is journalism relevant for the audience in the world? We have some problems that are together with this problem of sustainability. People, the Reuters Digital News Report show us that almost in Brazil 41% avoid news, and in the world it's 36%. So I think there is a problem that comes with the sustainability problem. How to be more relevant to the people? How to try to get people back to read the news, to watch news? And of course, maybe we have to prepare other kind of narratives. Not only that narrative that we are prepared to do, or what we study in the university. I think maybe this kind of content that we produce to TikTok, maybe it's a way. But of course, it's a very simple way.
I'd like at this point to bring, I know we're short on time here. Akko, just briefly, we're talking about delivering content that people actually want, really relevant. I know you've had some success, particularly when it comes to social media. Give us an example of something that's worked for you at Rudal, please.
There are many examples. Actually, we are not supporting the social media sites during the ISIS war. We were the main source of videos and news in the war, which was the interest of all the world. And we have reports that we disseminated it across the world, and also reports about the war in Ukraine. And also we have reports from the regions and the videos from the regions. And also we have daily coverage of all the events in the region. We are now on Facebook, and within 21 days we receive 1 million video view. This is during 27 September till 18 October. We got 1 billion view, but these views, for example, on YouTube, if you have 20,000 viewers in Europe, So the revenue or the revenue would be higher if such views were from Syria or from Iraq. Such companies taking into consideration the calculation of the views is not on equal basis among the companies. The viewer from Denmark would have higher financial revenue rather than a viewer from the Middle East. So in one day only, for example, in September 11, we got 135 views for the video, just in one video. Also on just one social media platform in Kurdish language. And also we have in Kurdistan, we have Kurmanjia and Sorani, just only in Kurdish language. We have 135 million view, and this is also too much to the social media platform. But such transformations cause harm to media in Iraq. We have 42 million and 300,000 residents. During the print press and print media, we used to sell the newspaper, but now it's done. We are done with the print of the newspapers because in Iraq we don't have a newspaper or that is selling 1,000 copy per day, and this we don't have the cable system, and we don't have a subscription to the TV broadcasting, and this would cause a financial issues to the channels and the media organizations in our region increasingly. And this is a global issue, a global problem, but in our region, this issue has higher impact. So through this forum and the other conventions, this good platform and a good place to discuss such matters and issues. So we need to have fair solutions on the side of the production and other sides.
I think you're about to jump in. I was just about to ask on consumer. I wanted to actually sort of get Aaron to jump in here because we are moving forward. We are talking about sustainable models, and I'm wondering about, you know, consumer behaviour is changing really, really fast. It's different for every region. I mean, you had been talking previously about, you know, developed and developing nations, how the model is different. But just going forward, I'm keen to just get briefly, these changing consumer behaviours and preferences, what does it mean for news organisations going forward? That's what a lot of news leaders want to know right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's recognizing that particularly for younger consumers, the way they're being initiated into their news consumption experiences oftentimes on social media platforms, oftentimes through video, consuming it through a passive stream, where it's more difficult to distinguish between news brands. And it's an environment that can be difficult for publishers to build direct relationships with audiences through. And so I think for us, it's you know, how can we lean in as a company to help publishers build those direct relationships with audiences, particularly younger audiences, help established publishers and emerging digital natives signal trust and credibility in an increasingly noisy information ecosystem. We know technologies like AI are going to make it easier on one level to detect misinformation, but it's also going to make it more easy to create it. And so I think more than anything, it is absolutely vital that tech companies, governments, news organizations collaboratively work on these ecosystem problems together, because I think the shift to digital has certainly led to news deserts and areas where news organizations, particularly local, hyper-local communities, news organizations serving communities with lower socioeconomic potential, it is much more difficult to build a sustainable model. I think all those conversations going forward need to be predicated on a common fact base, an understanding of the fair exchange of value between companies like Google and news publishers, the ecosystem writ large. It's complex. I think 2% of the queries that search queries at Google are related to the news, and the vast majority of them aren't commercialized against for the reason that Owen mentioned. Advertisers are oftentimes afraid to advertise against hard news queries, search queries like war or immigration. And so one of the things we've really focused on in my time when overseeing the Latin America portfolio was how could we build local advertisers, regional advertisers, help bring local publishers together to be able to compete for direct sold advertising? How do you create a campaign around saving local news that includes consumers from a direct consumer revenue standpoint, but also includes advertisers kind of coming in? And I think the information crisis is one that affects all of us in various different ways, and so it requires governments, tech platforms, publishers, civil society to all come together to really think about how do we forward collective solutions that help address what is most fundamental, the news information needs of individuals and communities, the ability of individuals to play full roles in the communities they happen to participate in, and to better their station in life. And I think...
Aaron, I'm just going to have to, because
I know we're
out
over
of time, but I know that, and thank you for that sort of glimpse into the future, but Owen, quickly just...
Yes, sorry, I know we're out of time, but just in 30 seconds, I think a lot of what Aaron said actually makes a lot of sense, and I don't often praise Google, but they are a better tech partner to the news industry than most companies, but they need to go a lot further, because I think this, you've touched on several times the direct relationship between news publishers and their audiences, and I think that is the fundamental thing. At the moment, you've got these social media platforms acting as an intermediary and a gateway. They own all the data, they own all the customer relationship, and there is no interaction between the individual customer and the news brand, despite the fact, in most cases, the customer believes there is. And I think we wouldn't accept that in a physical environment where a news agent said, no, they're my customer and you can't have anything about them. You can't have any direct relationship. So we need to make sure that the digital ecosystem works in a productive fashion. And I hope that Google will continue to work with the news publisher industry, and other tech platforms will follow your lead to make sure that we can have a collaborative future.
We could talk about this for a lot longer. I know we're out of time, but thank you, because I think we've had a really diverse set of views here. Owen, Akko, Rodrigo, and Aaron, thank you. This is really food for thought, and I'm sure we'll be discussing similar things a year later. Thank you to the panel, and thank you very much to the audience for coming along and hearing what we've had to say.
Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Thanks for our distinguished guests, speakers, and moderator. And now we will begin the last panel of the day, print media. Is there light at the end of the digital tunnel? Please help me in welcoming Amy Ferris-Rothman, Global News Editor, Newslines Magazine of UK. Venkatesh Ramakrishnan, Founder and Editor of the Edam, India. Richard Blazer, Digital Director of Republican Newspaper, Costa Rica. Wael Lual, Founder and Editor-in-Chief The Republic, a journal of Nigerian affairs of Nigeria. And our moderator for this session is Benti Dallasbeck, former advisor and speechwriter for the Speaker of Danish Parliament and the President Founder TV radio host at the Danish Broadcasting Corporation of Denmark. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and welcome to this session this afternoon. As we all know, the rise of digital media and technology has transformed the way that we access our news and entertainment. It's also had a devastating impact on print publishing industries. But we are here to discuss if there's a future for print media somewhere in the landscape of social media and digital ecosystems. Hopefully it's not a plain no, because then we could just shut down this panel, I think. But it's certain that there's a very different perspective, depends on where we are in the world and what kind of media we're talking about. So print media, dead or alive, is kind of what we're going to talk about today and to explore. We have this wonderful panel that was just presented to you, and they are here to give, by their examples, an answer to that overall question. So let me start just here with you, Amy. Give us a little insight to the media you are and perspective you are talking from, and in what sense you see obstacles ahead for print media.
So, I work for New Lines Magazine. We're a US-based global affairs long-form magazine, and we're 3 years old, and a year ago we decided to do the very perhaps strange and counterintuitive thing of launching into print. And in January we will publish our 5th quarterly edition. So this has been, something that gives us enormous joy, but has also been a steep learning curve in places which have been unexpected, in the sense that it's taught us to strive for better stories, and it's actually made us, it's made us realize that people engage with content and engage with the product in a totally different way when it's in print, which is a completely different experience from working exclusively online.
And do you have a head count on how many readers you have on this new print media?
So it's a bit of a secret at the moment.
Oh, right.
But we are sold in, we're sold in all Barnes & Noble shops across the United States, of which there are 600 of them, and we sell each
So you
quarter.
are exposed?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. We'll get back to that landscape. Venkatesh, take us to India. And I know that that print media is actually thriving there. As you can see here, some of the papers that you have so kindly brought to us. This one has how many?
It has got 19.1 million circulation per day.
Okay.
Yes.
So take us to India and tell us from your perspective, and your media team.
As you very rightly pointed out at the beginning, when you look at print media, when you start discussing print media, you are not discussing a uniform phenomenon. You are looking at a multi-dimensional phenomenon. It's a phenomenon, it's very different from in different parts of the world. And in India, of course, print is still thriving. And more importantly, of course, the circulation is improving. And especially, of course, India has got 21 official languages. If you count the dialects that are spoken across India, the informal estimate is that we have about 121 languages. And of course, there are papers and publications which come out which kind of account for these, multiple nuances. Like, for example, Hindi is spoken in one of the big states in India is Bihar, in the eastern part of India. Hindi is the main language there, but you have a region called Mithila where Maithili is the language. It's a kind of variation of Hindi. And you have newspapers in Hindi as well as Maithili. And I come from a state called Kerala, which has got a huge penetration of print media. This paper that we showed, which has got 19.1 million circulation per day, that hails from Kerala. For a long time, it was the #1 newspaper. But now, Hindi newspaper, which has got its footprint in about 4 or 5 states of India, 4 or 5 regions of India, it has got circulation close to 30 million. So I just wanted to ask you, when you have such a thriving area for print media, what are you doing in digital? Well, I'm kind of amphibian. I kind of engage with print media as well. But there is also the fact that while print is growing, it is not growing exponentially. It is no longer growing exponentially. Of course, we had a huge dip in the COVID period. I mean, not huge dip, a minor dip during the COVID period. So now it's coming back. So basically, what the growth rate at this point of time is 11% from what it was last year. The projections for 2023 is 11% growth, which is of course very substantive. In comparison, television is expected to grow only at 9%. Of course, but the digital space, with the kind of circulation and with the kind of the kind of reach that mobile phones have had in India, it is now the estimates are that that there are at least 1.5 mobiles for every Indian. I mean, that is the kind of penetration that mobile has had. And of course, the content in mobile, that is growing in leaps and bounds, and that is reflecting in the ad space also. But the most important factor is that in spite of this huge influx of digital media and various platforms and all kinds of WhatsApp, we call it the WhatsApp news industry in Kerala. Of course, it is called so disparagingly. And if you are a member of the WhatsApp news industry, or as some of us call it, WhatsApp university also, because all kinds of fake news comes into it. So if you are part of the WhatsApp fake university, then you are seen as somebody who is not a real propagator of proper news. So the point that I'm trying to make is that in spite of all the challenges, print is growing. Of course, there are several factors to it. I think I'll respond because I don't want to take up all the time. I have a lot to talk about the print media in India, but
I know, and we are under strict orders to shut it down on time today.
So I think you should let Richard. I have a couple of other points, but I'll talk about it later.
Save it for later, but I'll get back to you on that. And Richard, you are perhaps in somewhat opposite position. You are actually bridging from print to digital, and you are already very, very digital. So, and we are in Costa Rica, in that area, part of the world. Can you take us there and talk about the media you are in and the situation it's in, and the way ahead over that bridge?
Of course, Bente, thank you, and also thank you to the audience for being here on the third day and at like 3:30 in the afternoon. So I really appreciate everyone's time. To give you guys a perspective, Costa Rica is a very small country. And maybe to give you a geographical location, Costa Rica is south of Mexico, north of Colombia, in Central America. It's a very small country. It's about 5 million people. Currently, we have about 4 newspapers that still print, that print every day. I think that number will continue to reduce over the next 5 years. And it's a very interesting landscape because of those 4, 2 of them are owned by the same company, and a third, so essentially everyone except the newspaper that I work at La Repubblica, is owned by very wealthy families. And I can tell you for a fact that of those 4, 2 of them don't generate a profit, so they're essentially being used as political power and as a tool for power. The third one was recently acquired for a very large sum, which came as a surprise to some of us in the industry. But that's essentially the competition. La Repubblica, the newspaper that I work at, it's very business focused. We don't cover death, we don't cover violence or crime, which is something that is very popular, at least within Costa Rica and maybe within the region. We still print. We do about 20,000 copies per day. Curiously enough, we don't actually sell most of them. It's not subscription based. We give them away for free. The idea being that we generate our revenue from clients that need to communicate things. And so we work with them to create videos, to generate articles, and we want as many people as possible to read them. So that's how we get information to them.
And the biggest obstacles for you crossing that bridge from print to digital, what has that been?
So I think we've already crossed the bridge. La Repubblica has all the social media. We're coming up on 1 million followers across our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and TikTok. We generate between 2 and 3 million visits per month to our website, generated by about 1 million people. So everyone visits about twice a month. So we've crossed the bridge. The challenge is how do we strengthen that? And in the eventuality of not having print, can we sustain, a revenue model just on digital platforms?
And print is closing everywhere, but when are your media closing for print?
I'm not sure. I ask myself that question every day, maybe with a little bit of anxiety. I don't think it'll happen relatively soon. Hello? There we go.
Yeah.
I think, at least 2-3 more years, maybe up to 5 years.
And Amy, what some of the obstacles let's just be honest, it's also about revenue, and it's about implementing the digital in the magazine and kind of feeding off each other. Can you elaborate a little on what your strategy is there?
Totally. I don't know what it's like in India, but in the United States, I mean, where there seems to be a lot of print readers, in the United States, I think it's no big secret that it's not a very profitable business going into print.
That's a very British way to say it.
Yeah, as a British person working for American media. Well, it's not profitable in dollar terms. It requires an enormous amount of energy, also human energy. The amount of people who work on producing a print product is much bigger than it would be for online. This is because print is visual, it's a sensorial experience, so you're involving a lot of graphics and of course photography, design. There's a lot more that goes into it. And I mean, in terms of when we're closing our print issue, I know that all the editors are also spending time days and nights on making sure that that goes out perfectly. So there's the human input as well. But it is a hybrid. I mean, we do print because it has a cachet, because it makes us do different journalism, and because it makes for a much more interesting overall product. So even though it doesn't make money in the absolute terms, it contributes to a better news product overall. You've got to get that hybrid, and of course then you can make money from other aspects of the business.
And Venkat, could you take us to your media and some of the thoughts on?
I just wanted to check.
Oh, I think you have to put the microphone a little closer to your mouth.
Is it okay?
Yes, there I think it's okay now. I think you'd have to kind of, I'm sorry.
I actually wanted to ask Richard, did I hear right when you said that you have 5 newspapers?
In Costa Rica, sorry, not our company, but in Costa Rica, there's 4 print newspapers. And there's that print every day. There's a couple that print once a week, but that print every day, there's 4.
Is it? That's just the number. 4 newspapers that print every day.
4 newspapers, which I think is...
I think when I said that we are talking about very vastly different, spaces. You know what is the number of newspapers printed in India?
Tell us.
Huh?
Tell us.
I have no idea.
149,000.
Wow. Oh.
149,000?
Huh?
Wait, how many?
I mean, all these are not dailies, but the total number of print publications in India is 149,000 as of November 2022.
Richard, you're looking like you fell off the moon.
I mean, it's a country of more than 1 billion. So
And this includes big papers, small papers, papers that print 10 copies, 100 copies. But the number of print publications in India, I thought I should share, because when I heard, I didn't think that Costa Rica had only 5. So
4.
So I just wanted to kind of clarify that I heard him right.
But where's the sustainability in that?
Pardon?
Where's the sustainability in 149,000?
No, there are different ways of sustainability. Not all newspapers sustain. There are different publications which come with different agendas. See, what has happened since 1991 in India, after the economic liberalization, there's a lot of political capital that has come into the media industry. So it is not essentially for sustainability that these political media has publishing. They have got other agendas. They want to propagate their ideology. So, and also during election time, we have a very bad phenomenon, which of course is very predominant in the print media, which is called the paid news, where candidates who are contesting the elections camouflage their advertisement as news and pay the publications. And some of the big publications in India, publications with very huge circulations running into millions, they have also been accused of being part of this racket. So there are very many reasons for these print publications to kind of come up like this, mushroom like this. Of course, in terms of circulation, I think the most important factors that we need to look at are three. One is the cost of newsprint is relatively cheap in India as compared to international standards. The other is the Indian newspaper is delivered to your doorstep every day. There is a vast employment in newspaper boys. In fact, one of the most famous cartoonists of India, political cartoonists of India, his principal character in his pocket cartoon is a newspaper boy. I don't know whether that concept exists anywhere else. This newspaper boy is the boy who delivers. In fact, during my college days, I was also a newspaper boy. I used to make some pocket money dropping newspapers every morning in various houses. So newspapers and magazines are delivered at doorstep. The third thing is there is a large number of neo-literates who have come up in India. And as India is not technologically that advanced, the classrooms still use slates, newspapers, textbooks, and they are. So basically, the guys who have become neo-literate, they cannot make that shift to the digital space so fast.
Because I know that there's somebody wants us to wrap up in only so many minutes. So I just wanted to explore some of the possibilities.
I think we should formally register a protest with the organizers that they should give us more time.
We'll do that after. But Richard, let's explore some of the avenues that you could go where there is perhaps a future for print. As you said, you were from a region where it's more than dying, I fear. And you had mentioned when we talked earlier that there could be some places to perhaps still thrive. And I was thinking, is it about content you see that, or niche content? I brought to one of these some magazines with very specific audiences. Is it there where we can find the audience, or is it something else? What are your view on that?
I think there's still a lot of opportunity, and the most important thing is we have an audience, which is something that companies and individuals need when they want to communicate things and they want to generate advertisement or reach. We have that, so that's obviously a very valuable tool. How can we use that tool? How can we leverage it to essentially generate more revenue? There's two things that I'd like to mention right off the top of my head. One of them is just generating content, especially video. And I was at a talk, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the first day, by this Egyptian video production agency. And he was saying how 50% of his revenue from his company is just him coming up with ideas, and he takes them to companies, and they produce videos, they produce content, and he sells it. And the fact that we already have a reach, we can generate content, we can create cool videos, and we can go to companies where we already have these contacts, and move away from just articles and just general types of advertising. And then the second thing, which is what I mentioned to you earlier, events. Newspapers, media in general have the power to bring people together. They have the power to communicate. So why can't we generate an event and have people come and pay for it? Whether it be a speaker series, whether it be a concert series, I think it's really varied as to what we can do with it, as long as we can convince a large enough public to come and participate.
Amy, is that something that you are contemplating, events and the whole new content, videos, all that, in order to make your print media thrive?
Ironically, yes. Yes, indeed. We are actually launching into video at the same time, well, a little bit after we've launched print. So yeah, we've got that kind of, again, hybrid situation where we're trying to use an extremely old technology. It was 600 years old, printing something physical on a dead tree. And then we've got also embedded video online. And they very much, and we are launching into that. And they very much go together. I think the user experience today is, well, it's obviously different from how it was at the beginning of online, but I do think that digitally native audiences actually want that extremely wide range. And something else we do, which is, again, talking about this hybridization, is we do narration for our stories, but we only do it for the stories that were first published in print, which may sound kind of just strange at first and counterintuitive, but actually it's a lovely way of making those stories have that cachet, of making them extra special. And so when people contribute to our magazine for the print version, they always get extra excited when they're going to go into print because they know their story is going to be narrated as well. So it's kind of like you're jumping on all sorts of different platforms and different ways of receiving the same story. So yeah, absolutely, it's all part of the same ecosystem, if you will, of trying to add as many different parts as possible.
And Venkatesh here,
I think
in the last...
what Ami said is the key to print media's future. I think, because
Hybrid.
what print offers, even in India, see, all the breaking news is done by television channels and the digital space, but print offers a more detailed analysis of any given event or any development. And what Ami was talking about, I think, this is exactly the same model that you are trying to follow. And there are many print organizations in India, including the print organization I worked for the 27 years till last year. We also follow the same model. We have an audiovisual content, but then in the digital space, but the print offers a more substantive evaluation of things. And when I first heard about Ami's brilliant initiative, I wanted to salute her, so I'm doing that formally here. Salutations for this brave initiative.
Thank you.
So these very last minutes, because I was asked to close, but I'm not sure if we have that extra minute or...
I think that according to that, we have 2 minutes and 30
I
seconds.
think we started a bit late.
Yes. Let's go into that. So new marriages or new partnerships or new integration of the media could be a future for print. And there's a lot of industry sitting here. So let's just take the last very good advice of moving forward to, and what bridge to. I think perhaps there's somebody sitting here wanted to change bridge, actually. So Richard, let's start with you. The very key advice you would give in that big digital transition you have made.
Yeah, I think, obviously the digital part is so important. The social media, essentially, which used to be a huge driver of traffic to our website, has decreased because that's just Meta, and TikTok trending has focused more on videos and images, so not to focus so much on that. But we still need to leverage social media to, fortify our brand, to just have the reach that, we need to have, and for people to see us as still relevant in the media industry. And I think I just wanted to touch on one more point that isn't necessarily digital, but I think it's something really important to talk about here, especially with COP around the corner, and it's the fact that we're printing on paper. And it really, maybe my pessimism towards print media has something to do with the fact paper, but I really think the industry needs to shift away from that. And the fact that there's 149,000 newspapers in India printing,
publications, not all newspapers.
Right.
In fact, I got the number wrong. It's 146,000.
46,000. Okay. Anyway, the point is that we're printing on all this paper, and the paper comes from the trees, and we really need to do more to protect the environment. So I wouldn't be too upset if the whole world all of a sudden stopped printing on paper. Although I think there are some really interesting advantages in terms of design and communicating. And just showing content on paper that you can do that you can't do on digital.
Running on the last seconds, Venkatesh, a short message
Well,
or advice
I
to
think
take
Richard
with you
has
over the bridge.
Richard has a great point when he says that there is an environmental equation to print, and which is of course working negatively. I concede that point to him completely. But having said that, print has got its uses. And for people who value print media, there's several factors, like the feel of print is also a very sensorial thing. I think that's a very important thing when it comes to people like us. But in one sentence, I think the survival of the print media would depend on innovation in terms of content, innovation in terms of design, innovation in terms of propagation.
Great. Thank you, Venkatesh. That was short and sweet, as we say. And Amy, you have the last word here.
Well, I mean, in terms of, I was just thinking about the dead trees and hurting the environment.
Are you feeling you're guilty now for launching a print media?
Not really. I mean,
when it's small, you know, it's niche. I think it's important, and we can still do it.
Yeah.
But you know, when we're talking about 49,000.
Yeah, but we're not printing on plastic bottles.
Okay, Amy.
But I mean, it's all perfectly recyclable. But actually, what I was going to say was a bit opposite of that, which is the beauty of print. Is that it's permanent, and I do think that 20 years on from having the internet, 25 years or whatever it is, but stories and content can just go in this vacuum, and it can get very lost, whereas print has that permanence. You can, just like books do, and I do think we shouldn't undercount the beauty and the allure of books that humans enjoy and continue to buy today. Anyway, short and sweet, print can be permanent. You can put it on your shelf, and that's lovely.
That sounded more like a birth for print than a tombstone. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bente. It was
you.
fantastic.
I think we can.
Thank you so much for the amazing session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the Global Media Congress. We hope you had a fruitful 3 days, and we look forward to welcoming you to the 2024 edition of the Global Media Congress. Thank you so much, and see you next year.
أهلا بكم من جديد في الدقائق الأخيرة من حلقتنا الثالثة والختامية للنسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام. الصحافة المطبوعة والتحديات الرقمية، وجهات نظر متجددة. عنوان أحد جلسات اليوم، حيث اتسم النقاش بثرائه وتنوعه حول هذه الجلسة الحوارية. أعتقد أن النظر في هذه التحديات أيضاً يستدعي فهم أعمق للجمهور وطبيعته وتفضيلاته. وربما نكون نحن يا صفية من الأجيال التي تفضل الصحافة الإلكترونية أو الوسائط الرقمية بشكل أكبر من الصحافة المطبوعة أو الوسائل التقليدية.
Welcome back to the final minutes of our third and concluding episode of the second edition of the Global Media Congress. Print Journalism and Digital Challenges, Renewed Perspectives, the title of one of today's sessions, as the discussion was characterized by its richness and diversity around this dialogue session. Considering these challenges also requires a deeper understanding of the audience, its nature and its preferences. Perhaps we, Abdullah, are among the generations that prefer electronic journalism or digital media more than print journalism or traditional media.
بطبيعة الحال هذا الخيار الذي يتخذه الجمهور يؤثر وبشكل كبير على مستقبل الوسائط المطبوعة في ظل تعاظم استخدام مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي والتطبيقات الذكية.
This choice by the public dramatically affects the future of print media, considering the increasing use of social networking sites and smart applications.
تستمعون الآن إلى بودكاست جلوب كاست مع عبدالله عبد الكريم وصفية الشحي.
You are now listening to the Globecast podcast with Abdullah Abdel Karim and Safiya Shahi.
المستمعون الأعزاء زوار الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، استمتعنا برفقتكم طوال 3 أيام متتالية. عشنا معكم أجواء من المعرفة والتساؤلات والابتكارات، وكان أمامنا فرص عديدة للتواصل مع عقول الخبراء والمتخصصين في كل أنحاء العالم، والنظر إلى قضايا العصر التي تهمنا جميعاً كإعلاميين ومهتمين من زوايا جديدة تساعدنا على فهم الواقع الإعلامي بأساليبه وأدواته واستشراف أبعاده وتأثيراته.
Dear listeners and visitors to the Global Media Congress, we've enjoyed your company for 3 days, during which we lived in an atmosphere of knowledge, questions, and innovations. We've had invaluable opportunities to communicate with the minds of experts and specialists from all over the world, and to look from new angles to issues that concern us all as media professionals.
نحن على موعد سيتجدد بإذن الله في الأحداث القادمة. يمكنكم متابعة الكثير مما فاتكم على منصاتنا أو عبر صفحة الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، إذ بإمكانكم الاستفادة من المصادر المعرفية والبيانات المتاحة ومتابعة كل أخبارنا عبر www.globalmediacongress.ae.
We will meet you soon at new events. You can catch up on a lot of what you missed on our platforms or through the Global Media Congress page, where you can benefit from available knowledge and data sources and follow all our news via www.globalmediacongress.ae.
كل الشكر لك صفية، سعدت كثيراً بمشاركتك هذا التقديم في النسخة الأولى من بودكاست جلوبكاست، وإلى لقاءات أخرى قريباً.
Many thanks to you, Abdullah. I was delighted to share these ideas with you in the first edition of the Globecast podcast and look forward to other opportunities soon.